What's going on, guys? Welcome back to Card Talk. This time, it's Card Talk Live. We are so excited to be partnering with eBay for our first ever Card Talk Live event. Ty, I gotta say, what a year it has been. It was just over a year ago today we started having conversations about Card Talk, and a lot has really transpired in the hobby since then. And I figure we might as well start the show with a little recap of what the last year has really looked like.
Yeah, well, first and foremost, we're here. We're live. Kind of feels like we're recording just a normal episode, but there's a little bit more nervous energy. I definitely didn't sleep too hot last night, but let's get into it. Let's just, start talking about some cards. Just going back, and I texted Gary earlier, just recapping kind of some of the last years. The first time the thought of cards ever came into my world was I was Gary's assistant. I booked him to go to the National in Cleveland, and I booked the whole trip. I had no idea what was going on. I thought it was the most ridiculous, crazy thing ever. And then, so that was 2018, August. And then the chatter started to come about, between all of us. Lou and I used to sit next to each other in the office. We're like, what is going on here? Cards were coming in flying. I was having to buy a lot of stuff for him off of eBay. And I look back, and the first purchase I ever made was in April of 2019. And it was a 2016 Panini Foot Mbappe, which I had to start off with a little footy chatter for y'all, that I bought raw for $30. Since then, we've seen absolute madness. Right. First time that we met with Lou was at National in 2019, which was probably one of the more life-changing kind of 5 days for me ever. I remember walking to one side of the show and seeing a card listed for 20, and then on another side of the show seeing it for 30, someone buying it for 30, yet not realizing that on the other side of the show is selling for 20. And I was like, okay, there's something going on here. This is kind of intense. Since then, we started to dabble into Pokemon. I remember talking to Jameel and Shop Mealy Pops at that early event, Aaron, Slab Stocks, all these folks that we've gotten to know. And then the Logan Paul, 500K concurrent live as he's breaking, Pokemon boxes. We had Leon Hart on the show. I think Luca's were selling for like $40 a little bit before that National. There's a moment I remember in my mind, clear as day, Lou, when we looked at each other like, is Luca a buy at 400? Like feels like there's not much more room going on here. And here we are in March of 2021. It's been an insane, obviously, year for everyone for many reasons that have nothing to do with cards. And I feel like this hobby has allowed for an escape for a lot of people. And it's something I'm thankful for and happy about. And so I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful to hang out with all y'all. I see Roberto Galvez in the comments, another human that I got to know over these last couple of Dallas shows. And it's just been a blast. And I'm humbled and honored. And I'm excited for what the next 3 hours will be. I want Lou to give a little bit of his spiel. And then we're going to do a quick intro. We've got Dustin behind the scenes running the controls. There's going to be a lot of, hey, Dustin, what's going on here? We got about 3 hours of packed action that's about to go down, followed by a little Instagram Live after party, followed by a little Clubhouse after party. And I'm excited. Lou, what's good with you? How you feeling?
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm feeling fantastic. It's been an interesting 24 hours for me. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, you were probable. You were day to day.
I would qualify myself as questionable this morning. Upgraded to probable this morning.
I woke up, I saw the injury report. I was like, what's going on here?
Yeah, it was a tough look, but we're here. We are here. And just to echo Ryan and Tyler's sentiments, like it's been an absolutely preposterous year. Tyler was doing a lot of buying for Gary, and then I sort of stepped in and took over that mantle after a certain period of time. And it was like just a 24-hour text thread of myself and Gary. And I would say I got the best possible introduction into the hobby that I possibly could, in that I was able to take a lot of the reps, and something we talk about on our show a lot is reps and education. And I got so many reps of going on eBay, looking for prices, looking for the cheapest one. What can I offer this guy where I could probably get it for maybe a little bit low, but I want to get the counter offer back. I don't want to disrespect too much. A lot of that stuff I learned in that year of me just constantly being on eBay on my phone or on my laptop, leading to the National, where I got to finally meet Ryan. Ryan and I Instagram DM'd a little bit when I was going on YouTube trying to find vlogs from previous nationals. And I was like, where am I going? What is about to happen to me? And I'm like, hey, Rye, big fan. I watched your vlogs. He's like, yeah, it's like whatever you think it is, but it's like 25,000 times worse and crazier. And I'm like, cool. And he was absolutely right. And, you know, one of the good part is probably not the right word. One of the things that came out of this COVID time was Tyler and I were able to talk a little bit more, and we were like, let's just do the podcast. Like, let's just do it. And who should we get? First person we thought of, Ryan Johnson, our boy. Thankfully, he said yes. It's been a crazy 6 months since we've been doing the show now. And here we are today.
I think we're 40 episodes in, so a little bit longer. And at the end of the day, whatever happens over the next 3 hours, just know that Ryan is the comfort, you know, for this all. My man's been in it forever. I just draft off of him. I probably have a couple good jokes on my sleeve, and we'll take it from there. Before we get into kind of our first guest, I do just want to, and I think I have the power to do this. I'm going to start freaking out the production in the background, but I do want to just fire on Dustin real quick to wave and say hello.
Hello. Thank you for whatever.
Get ready to rock.
Yeah.
Good. Dustin's the man behind the scene on the controls. I'm going to pop him back out. Thanks, Dust. And then I'm also going to bring in our friend, who everyone may know but not know the face, the cat in the background. And Jason. Jason's been a big kind of content, you know, creator, producer for the podcast, kind of handles everything on the social side and engaging with a lot of the community. So I just want to give Jay some love before we get going.
Super excited about this, guys. Good luck.
Cool. As well as Matt Bogart, who I don't believe is in the background. He is our OG producer. Make sure stuff sounds good. I almost cursed there, but then I thought about my mom in the back of my head. And that's that. So I think we're ready to get into things. Today. Yeah, I'm going to try not to, but I probably will. But we'll see. Our first guest is not probably who anyone thinks is going to join. I believe we maybe said one time he's getting hyped up. I can see him there. He's someone that I feel like yesterday, and now everything happened so fast, but just yesterday he was punting footballs, and now he's like the coolest media cat in the world. He did a 2-second stint at a company called ESPN that some people might have grown up watching sports on. He did a maybe 3.5-second stint, I believe, at another company that doesn't like the other company that he worked. So he's been around the block, and then he went on, you know, College Game Day and was like, all right, I'm here. And since then, he's just been rocking and rolling and doing his thing. So I want to introduce the man behind the brand, Pat McAfee. Here we go.
Hey,
there he is.
How we doing? How we doing? Great to be here, Tyler. I appreciate that introduction. That was very nice of you. I also heard you say you don't want to say the S-H-I-T word because your mom's potentially watching. So that gave me a little bit of a guideline on what I should or should not say during this incredible conversation. I appreciate you. Lou, love your style. Ryan, good guy. And everybody behind the scenes, I appreciate you guys. I'm Patty Card Czar right now, okay? I'm kind of diving into this world. I cannot wait to chat with you guys about it and, really get into this thing.
Hell yeah. Well, Ryan is nice and red because you're his hero, his superstar, and he would trade you his biggest card to spend 5 minutes together. So here we go.
Well, is that NFT? Is that a real card? What are we, I've been in this NFT game for a long time now, boys. All right.
Look, I know everyone wants to get into
minutes.
NFTs. We're going to stick it to cardboard for a little bit here, Pat. All right. Let's keep it tight. All right.
Listen, I don't know if you've ever seen Ryan. I appreciate you, by the way. You're my favorite out of this batch here as well. Lou, no offense. I was just told that you don't like me as much as Ryan does. So I like Ryan more than you. That's what I was just told. Now, Lou, hey, if you and I are going to be great friends, I can already feel it. But Ryan, whenever we're talking about card stock around here, okay, and we're talking about potential 5-minute hangout, all I need is just something that's hilarious. You get me, old school Larry Bird, maybe some legendary Jared Lorenzen. Now we're talking idols and icons. Then we have a good time, but you don't have to do that anyways. I turn red a lot too. It's great to have you on here, Ryan. It's great to meet you, pal.
Likewise. This is so cool. I told Tyler and Lou, out of all the guys, I was certainly most excited to have a conversation with you.
Where are we right now? We're on StreamYard.
We're on StreamYard. We're being broadcast to YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and then we got this separate social network that we just spun up. No one knows about yet. We're broadcasting it there too. But we don't got to mention
You guys
that.
are launching a social network platform? Let's go, dude.
It's called Cardzar.
Well, I know a little bit about that, pal. You know what I mean? And there might be a cease and desist there. You know what I mean? With Patty Cardzar and what you guys got going on.
Navigate around it. Look, let's get into some quick card chatter. You cover the entire sports world. You're all over the place, left, right, and center. What is on your mind about sports cards? What have you seen over the last 12 months? You probably got a text from Gary at some point talking about it. You, I think, have been like, you made a couple comments on your own shows. You might have some questions for us. Give me your quick 30-second hot take on sports cards.
Got a lot of questions for you guys. To be honest, I saw Mr. 5-time New York Times best-selling author, also weekend junk trash flipping guy, Gary V, who is – mentor for internet for everybody. I saw him get into this like a year ago. Okay. Then I think a guy who's going to be joining you today, old Lefkoe with his sweaters and everything, he was also getting involved. So I'm friends with those two guys. Then I started getting text messages from like, you see what we're doing in the card game? You see what we're doing in the card game? I'm like, I appreciate what you guys are doing. I've never been into it. But then watching it kind of evolve here over the last year since they have said that, and I assume you guys also massive behind this whole thing, it's been really cool to see the resurgence. This is something I would assume the world thought was dead for a long time, and then the generation that has respect for things of the past and kind of has a nostalgia type influence on things, I think it is a beautiful thing that a resurgence in it. I know jack squat, since your mom's listening, Tyler, about this card game, but it is one of those things I've been intrigued about the business side of it behind it for some time now.
You got a hot question on top of your mind. What was just playing through my head is, kind of this older guard of hobbyists, newer guard of maybe some flippers, sneaker people, and maybe the butting of heads of like, you can't do that. And then I think about you, who has a massive sports media show, and kind of you probably get a lot of old guard. Well, that's not real sports talk. But I just want to throw that out there. You got a question for us?
Yeah, I do. And I do get a lot of people that pretty much hate everything I do, but those people are going to exist everywhere. You know what I mean? Then you just got to ride with the people that actually like you. Before I get to my question for you guys, because I do have questions, is that big perk right there, Kendrick Perkins, in the thing that I'm seeing here?
That is.
I mean, that's a big reveal by you, Pat.
Hey, you got to steal our thunder.
That wasn't supposed to happen. I thought this is what we were doing. I was not told. Oh my God. I feel so bad. I love Kendrick Perkins. I did not know that was a private chat. I thought everybody was in the yard here. StreamYard. That's on me.
In the yard.
Kendrick. I thought we were all kind of,
I bring him on, but it looks like he's closing a big PSA deal right now before. So I want to give him a little bit.
That's probably what Perk is doing, by the way. I'm not 100% sure. But my question for you is, and this is going to go back to the card stuff. By the way, I love Kendrick Perkins. Hey, I am carry on. I am a big fan of Kendrick Perkins. But with the NFT world, you guys think, as somebody who's potentially going to get investing into sports cards, I never got into it, you're not it's hot though, but with the NFT world, do you think they're going to bring each other up? Do you think the NFT world helps the card stock version? Do you think that it is a similar community, or do you think that is inevitably going to be a little bit of competition? And which should I invest in? Because I would assume that the card stock has staying power. We don't know anything about these NFTs yet.
Mm-hmm.
When do you guys want to grab that before I dive in?
I would say, Pat, they do. It's rising tide, right? I think the technology behind what an NFT is will raise up the sports card market, in that it'll force it to grow up and mature a little bit. I agree with you that sports cards, like actual card stock, is not going anywhere. What you've seen with something like a Top Shot or a So Rare, which you might not be as familiar with from a soccer card standpoint, is the community around the online trading cards is 100% there. So what I would imagine happens is a company like Topps, a company like Panini comes in and says, all right, these are the lessons that these companies have taught us, and they try to integrate it into their products.
My thought is
Big brain Lou.
My thought is yes, in a major way, both. And reason being is because just like now, you may be first in line to do a deal with Amazon to call NFL games. In general, I believe these alternative assets are now being accepted, talked about on CNBC by people that wear suits and ties as smart places to put your money. But not long ago, in order to invest in Apple stock, you had to have a guy, and they would charge you just to buy the Apple stock. Then Robinhood came along, and it was like, all right, now we can kind of do our own thing. I just believe NFTs, there's obviously the tech. I'm not going to get into that craziness. I just think in general, it's going to be more accepted to play in these markets. No different than the kid that made $1 million flipping Jordans before anyone cared about it.
Oh, yeah, this is a hustler society now. I think that is a big thing for the cards. Shout out to the Doge, okay? Shout out to the Bitcoin, GameStop, AMC. It is a hustler society now who's taking away that guy or lady you're referring to that used to be the gatekeeper for more money, and then they would just siphon money off the top for themselves. This is a game. It's Carnival. How you doing?
Hey, you want some advice? I got some advice from you. Hey, what's the advice I got to give them? Cool. Here's your advice.
I got some advice. Who's Ryan Hardwood? He's in the dog yard. Who's that guy? Do you see who is that guy?
Did he pop in the back to hang out? Is that what's going on? Ryan Hardwood is Gary's business partner and runs our publishing division. He's the CEO of all the publishing that we do. He may have approached you for a deal at some point, and you probably said, I'm doing my own thing.
Gary who? V?
Yep.
This guy did business with Gary Vee, and he's talking about my suntan. Hey, listen, Ryan Hardwood, I'll smack you right in the mouth. You hear me? I will smack you right in the mouth, Ryan Hardwood. You know what Gary Vee did to that guy on that basketball court? I'll do that to your jaw, okay, pal? I just want to let you. And also, Ryan Hardwood, quick question here. Why do we not have an NFT of that Gary Vee basketball pickup game clip yet? That needs to happen. Our office will want to buy that. And if we can get that on a card stock, we will also like to buy that if that's available.
Was that maybe the hardest foul in the history of pickup basketball? Because I think it might have been.
I think AJ
that didn't lead to a fight. Hey, that didn't lead to a fight. Lou, we watched that thing over here, okay, me and the boys. We're like, look at fucking Gary. Oh, sorry, Tyler's mom. I'm so sorry. We're like, look at Gary getting after it over here. And then he sprints down the court, shows a little quickness. Then he hacks the hell out of that guy. And I'm like, oh, Gary's about to get punched in the face. I think Gary's about to get, like, that's what pickup basketball is. And I do believe that person said, you know what? Ryan Hardwood and Gary Vee have done too much positive for my internet life. I'm not going to punch him in the mouth right now. And I do believe that was a little game respect game. Yeah, I did like what Gary Vee did, though. I was very impressed. I'm surprised it was not a fight, though. Would like NFT Hardwood, though, if you make it thing.
He's a big, you want him on your team, you hate to play against him kind of guy.
Yeah. I agree.
Gary, not Hardwood. I would agree you want him on your team. Indifferent about playing against him.
Yeah, well, Gary. Gary does that to me on a basketball court. It's gonna be hard not to just clothesline him the next time he goes down.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
You got guns and stuff. You played in the NFL. Don't forget that.
No, but Gary's done a lot for me too. So I'm gonna take the same reaction that guy does, where it's like, hey, Gary, you've 5 times you've sold some books. Like maybe I don't. Maybe because of everything you've done for me, maybe I don't do that. But Gary has been ahead of this card game for a long time, like everything. I assume Ryan Hardwood as well. I appreciate you, Ryan Hardwood, coming in talking about my Irish red skin. Okay, that is very, very nice of you to do that, Ryan. I appreciate you.
So there was a big over-under bet. I tried to work with FanDuel to get it on there of when we'd first get yelled at to get people off the screen because we're tight on time. Right, yeah, we're definitely we hit the under because I'm getting burned heavy, but we could just hang out
Jesse
for 3
Craig?
hours.
Who's I'm sorry, I shouldn't be saying anymore.
I mean,
I shouldn't anymore.
The cards are just out here just releasing everything.
Lou, I'm so sorry, Lou. I'm so sorry. I wouldn't, this my show. My show runs like anything that pops up, I get distracted.
I love it.
I should have known the way you guys are going. This is on me. I apologize. I appreciate what you guys are doing. Great show. We're gonna watch along at home here. Can't wait to learn some more stuff from you guys.
Thanks, Pat.
Appreciate you. Pat. We'll see you, Pat.
I see you guys.
Peace. All right. Well, we're live.
What an
our time live going.
What an eventful start. So it sounds like everybody is aware of the next guest, as Pat so thankfully introduced Big Perk to everyone. Former world champion of the Boston Celtics back in 2000.
Once a champion, always a champion.
Fair. But Kendrick Perkins is our next guest.
Big Perk. Let's go, Perk.
What's
Let's
up,
go,
Philly?
Perk.
What's up? I saw you doing deals. You were just trying to close something before. You were on the phone. We were going to bring you on, but I know what's going on.
Nah, I was enjoying the show. Hey, listen. Next time y'all have Pat on, bring me on first. I come in off of Pat. I mean, he's sitting in a recliner showing us his thighs like we want to see it. Got his legs crossed with his microphone. He looking all, hey, man, listen. Bring me on first, okay? What's happening, fellas?
All is good.
How
Excited
are
to
you?
have you here. Want to give a quick shout out before we get into it to your boy Luke. Because I know I ran into Luke down in Dallas. We've been chatting. I know you two been doing your thing, and he's been in the card game. And one thing we talked about is we wanted to give everyone a gift. And we had a couple SGC cards. But, I came across a video. You're saying if it ain't PSA, don't bring it my way. Talk to me a little bit about what's going on there.
Look, you know my relationship with PSA, right? Hey, listen, I'm trying to be the face of it. I'm trying to get all the way in. I want part ownership. It's blowing up. But look, I do take gifts, okay? Big Perk don't turn down gifts. So if you do got cards, I'm not signed to them where it's under contract that I can't receive gifts from anywhere else. But, PSA, it just stamps. It'll prove it. Makes everything much better. Makes the value go up because it's all about the letters, right? It's all about the dollar.
All about those three letters nowadays.
So Big Perk, when did you start messing around with cards? Like, when did you get into it?
So look, when I was young, I used to always collect cards. Like back in the day before y'all time, when I was growing up, y'all was still, up under your mama, still up under your mama rocking, probably peeing on yourself. I was in the cards, okay? I had binders. Back in the day, we used to have like binders, school binders, the clear ones where you could put them in slots. So I remember I used to have Patrick Ewing, Alonzo Mourning. I had like 20 MJ cards, right? I used to be a card collector. And over the last few years, I noticed that, hey, it started to make, it started to make a little bit more noise. So I pulled out my collection again, which I kept for a long period of time because I was raised by my grandparents. Old people, they don't throw things away. They don't believe in that. My grandmother, she's borderline a hoarder. So she had those things. And I started to see people started to take interest not only in cars, but in other memorabilia. So I said, you know what? Let me get back into this. And I started seeing cars go for $3 million. And I did a show with Buster, right? Y'all familiar with Buster?
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And he pulled out one of my cards and he told me that my rookie card went for $3,500. And I was like, me? It went for $3,500. It was insulting because no way my card should have went for $3,500. It should have at least went for $100K.
Agree. At least.
I got some things on my mind. You are a legend in the hoop game, and you've been part of, I think if you follow the NBA over the last 20 years, that team that you guys won with really changed the game a little bit. Can you give us 30 seconds, because I'm going to start getting yelled at to move things on. Can you give us 30 seconds about what it was like to be on that Celtics squad?
Oh man, it was the best thing happened in my life besides my wife and my kids. You talking about a group that had great camaraderie on and off the court. Everything we did it together outside of basketball. I remember our plane rides. That was the funnest times because it was the hood. We had our big boom box going. It was dice games going on one end, card games going, Rick Ross bumping, shirts off, KG sweating, he talking loud, he talking noise. Quick story, right? So when we were in Boston, they used to have this thing where season ticket holders could ride the plane, right? Like if you go on a 3 or 4 game road trip, they could actually come with you, right? They won this prize to travel the plane. So Doc used to have to go give a speech to the season ticket holders like, listen, y'all going to hear some language. Y'all going to hear some things. Just ignore it, okay? They don't mean no harm. Because he had to give them a warning because it was rocking. We call it the boom boom room. Our plane ride was the boom boom room. We used to look forward to it. But the chemistry we had, the brotherhood that we had was some of the best. And by the way, here it is. This is why I'm so upset right now that we can't reunite and get Ray Allen back on board. I'm working on that with KG and Ray Allen to get this chemistry back, because we didn't pass 10 years. We supposed to take a trip somewhere, I don't know, overseas or something, and we can't do it because we're not going to do it unless everyone is involved. So I'm working on getting this back. We still got the brotherhood. We spent holidays together. So, I mean, you know, it was one of the best times, especially in my basketball life.
Respect.
So
Respect.
we, the three of us had a conversation. The two of us had a conversation yesterday, and we've got to ask. This is something I know that's on our minds. If you had to buy one rookie card to hold for the next 10 years, but you can only pick between Russ, Harden, or KD, who you buying?
I'm buying Harden. I'm buying Harden. I'm buying Harden. No disrespect to Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant. They're my guys. So is James Harden. All three of them will be in the Hall of Fame. But James Harden, listen, I'm telling you, when it's all said and done, he's going to finish top 5 shooting guards of all time. I mean, then it's going to be that conversation. Don't let him win a championship or two, because then we're going to start asking, did he have a better career than Dwayne Wade? He might slide into that number 3 spot behind Jordan and Kobe. So I'm holding on to James Harden. The way he's playing right now, I mean, he's one of the best scorers of all time. He changed the game of basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime you have to change officiating and the way the game is being called, and people complaining about someone going to the line 30 times a game because they can't guard him, he changed the game. And I think in 10 years, James Harden will be more valuable, and we will appreciate him more than what we appreciate him watching him right now in today's game while he's playing.
I love that, and I agree. Look, when anyone thinks about you, not only your charisma, you got the good beard going, but that Celtics team and then the folklore of what y'all had in OKC is crazy to look back on, and you will be remembered forever as a big part of those things. We appreciate you stopping by, and we'll get to jamming on more cards. Someone made a great comment, said Lou's busy, searching Harden cards on eBay right now. I bet a bunch of people are doing the same in the comments.
Hey, Tyler, Ron, I appreciate it. Lou, I appreciate y'all having me on. Appreciate the compliment on the beard and stuff. I got a haircut yesterday, so I went from a 10 to 11. Some people say I look like a 6'10" Maurice Chestnut, all right? But look, I love what y'all doing. Hey, man, keep doing a great job. I see y'all got Shannon Fry on his way up here. Talk some for him. I really don't like the dude. He all right, though, but I appreciate y'all, man.
My man.
Thank you, sir. Stay well.
All right. Further behind, but we'll keep it going. We'll keep it going. So before we get into this guest, I'm gonna grab it right here and I'm gonna say, okay, we just started off. We got 2 guests on. We're gonna work into some different segments that we got going on here. The first one that we're about to get into is something that we worked on with eBay. If you watch the podcast, we do a lot of screen sharing of kind of the platform. eBay is a historic platform, something that has meant a lot to me growing up personally. I remember getting Dell computer where you got the tower in the one box, you got the monitor in the other, dial-up internet. eBay was like the first thing where it was like, yo, this internet thing is cool, at least for me and my family. We used to buy my mom's Christmas gifts on there because she's European. We had to get little like tchotchkes. She likes to collect things as well. And here I am working on a program with eBay. It's pretty damn cool. This next segment is we're going to be, over the course of this show, bringing on a couple faces of big-time sellers on eBay and kind of fire some questions their way, get a little bit of understanding of their business, what they got going on, and then also bring in some guests to talk about some stuff. We're going to introduce Jesse Craig here from PWCC, learn a little bit about his business, and then right on the back end of that, we got Channing Frye and RJ coming on to chat about some cards. Jesse.
Hey, Jesse Craig. There he is.
How am I sandwiched in between Pat, Perk, and Channing?
Well, they're all buying cards from you, so
that's what I was about to say. You're the man.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. I can't believe you let Channing on here. You let anybody on here.
Jesse, as I've gotten deeper into the card world, I've spent a lot of time on text threads with you.
Yep.
I've spent a lot of time on email with you, and I've grown to. I have an immense respect for what PWCC does. Like, just from a business standpoint, it's like fascinating how they were like, hey, we're just going to be the place where you can send all of your cards here in Oregon. They're completely protected. You have nothing to worry about. Because for me, I'm like, I'm not buying a safe. I'm not, like, collectibles insurance is like low key expensive, like all that stuff. So if I can just send all my stuff to you guys, I feel awesome. So I'm thankful to you for all the help you've given me and my buddies, and I'm sure Tyler and maybe Ryan a little bit as well. Tell us a little bit about PWCC and yourself and your history in the hobby.
Sure. So first off, my history in the hobby, I worked for a dealer in the industry until about 2014. Wife was pregnant, got out, and decided to do real estate to have a little bit more freedom. And then, the company was moved up from the Bay Area in 2016, and already having a relationship with Brent. He said in 2018 that he wanted to chat with me about the future of PWCC. And because I did do real estate, they actually approached me back in 2017 to look for a piece of dirt to try to build the building we're in now with the vault. So I had a little bit of idea of the vision that he had for the industry and building a repository for trading cards. So that's how I got back in. He brought me back on board, and I got back into the industry full force. As a company, we are the largest auction seller in any category on eBay. And in the center of our facility that we built, we have this UL rated class 3 vault that is a repository for trading cards.
I don't even know what that means. What did you just say?
It's the same level of certification that like your Bank of America or Wells Fargo banks will have for vault. Yeah.
What would be dope is like tours of the vault.
What's that?
I feel like tours of said vault would be pretty sweet. Maybe
we're very careful about who we tour, and it's a security risk. So
there's a lot of stuff in there, Ty. You can't just be letting anybody walk around.
I get it. There's some cool stuff in there that I want to check out.
Yeah, there's cool stuff in there for sure. But yeah, so not only is the vault the repository, but everything's digitally archived in your account, so you can access it from anywhere in the world. It's a great service.
Beautiful. Let's bring up the screen here, and we're gonna show a little bit about you guys' collection. Fire some quick questions at you about some different cards that you got and thoughts that you have, and we'll keep it moving.
All right, I love it.
Talk to me, Dust.
There we go.
Boom.
So Jesse, we were looking at this yesterday, and one of the first things that comes to my mind in terms of questions when I see this is, what do you notice is the biggest difference for PWCC now compared to a year ago?
Compared to a year ago, a lot more notoriety for the vault. People are realizing how liquid it can make their collections. So not only is it great for storing assets long term, but we have our monthly auction. We have what's now our flash auction, which means you can have an asset in your vault and you can send it straight to eBay that night, just through a click of a button. So it's already imaged, it's already titled, it's ready to go. And at any moment, let's say Trae Young goes off for 50 and you want to liquidate some Trae Young cards, boom, instantly you can go do that. And then additionally, instead of it just sitting in your closet, in a box or in a safe in your house, you can have it all imaged up on eBay for a buy now best offer that you manage through our interface. So those tools that we've brought on in the last year have really increased our business lines and brought a lot of attention to what we're doing.
Love it. Let's go quick chatter on one of these cards. Dustin, can you just scroll down a little bit? You have a favorite?
The Tiger.
Yeah, the Hind.
I got excited.
I think Mario Lemieux is a great play. Hockey in general with the ESPN Disney deal, I think hockey has a really upward trajectory as a sport.
I think that Messi's interesting. People know that the PSA 10 is a super low pop. I think that the disparity between PSA and Beckett right now is too great for certain cards.
Agreed.
And so a card like this, I'd be really curious to see what it ends at. I know what people talk about privately, what the PSA 10 Messis are worth. So this thing I think has a lot of potential.
Love it. Go back one, Dustin, real quick. Lou, Ryan, you guys got a favorite on here?
I mean, my favorite is obviously. Actually, I'm going to change my mind. These 2018 Pokemon, the Japanese Pokemon, like the art pieces, are so dope. They're super. That's a BGS 10 too. Wow, that's a very rare card. I'm a big fan of this card. It's a weird set. I don't fully have all the knowledge on it. I would love to talk to a future guest about that a little bit. But it looks super cool. I'm a big fan of it.
Ask Channing about Pokemon when he comes on.
Interesting.
So I think the one that stands out here, Ty, 69 Topps Mantle. So my understanding is this should have Mantle's career statistics on it. I believe he retired just before that season. So the 69 Mano on the bottom left, that's probably the one that I've got my eye on that screen.
Love it. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just anything footy. Holland, I completely missed the boat and blew that badly, simply off the fact that when Euro Cup comes around, when World Cup comes around, I'm just nervous he's not going to have that limelight. Why I put a lot of eggs in the Mbappe basket and, other folks. But, man, that dude is a absolute player. Absolute player.
Agreed.
Cool. Jesse, we appreciate you stopping by. We appreciate you taking the time. Keep doing your thing.
Thanks, Jesse.
Thanks, guys. Later.
Bro.
See you. All right. We got a dynamic duo about to come on.
Real quick, I just want to say, Tyler, we were talking about a little bit before in the pre-show. Classic, early mid 2000s New Jersey behavior is going to a Nets game at Continental Airlines Arena, and you get the tickets from school, and all your boys from school are going, and you're there, and you're watching Richard Jefferson go off with the New Jersey Nets. Is a classic memory for me, so I'm fired up right now.
I completely agree. I mean, if you grew up in Jersey, I remember trying to get those. I think it was Bees. I think Bees got you up into those nosebleeds at the old Continental Arena.
No.
Continental Arena. Those good old, Nets jerseys days. Now they're over in Brooklyn, and we won't get into that whole situation because the Knicks still run New York. But let's welcome our guests on here.
Yo, can y'all get off Richard's nuts? Also, Jesse,
Channing, don't be upset, dude, that people have much better memories of me than you.
Richard, what you did was you're hanging on the coattails of Jason Kidd and Kenya Martin. You just ran the floor and got the
Kmart was that dude though. Kmart was really that dude.
Yes.
Was my favorite player in college.
No one's questioning anything that you're saying. I'm not questioning that.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
you're
right.
Almost out of the league if it wasn't for Steve Nash. So you understand coattails. You understand that.
You didn't win a championship until I was on your team. You were 0 for 2. I'm technically 1 for 1. I'm 50%. You're welcome. You're welcome, Richard.
I don't know if you should be saying you're welcome for the ring. I just, maybe the journey, not the ring.
The journey, definitely the journey. The ring was like, no, this ain't me. This ain't me.
Exactly. Exactly. So you're welcome. Can we get started?
So it's very clear that you two are pals. That's what I'm taking away.
No.
Yeah, I know Richard since I was 14, and he's like, one of those like moles that you're just can't get it removed. But it's just like a part of me now. So now
you should definitely see a doctor about that mole, though. You guys all right?
Yeah.
Super good.
Yeah, you guys I saw Perk was on, and actually Jesse is one of my good friends. So he was on. We were talking about getting on here. So that's funny that you had him. He's a great and he's had a good year. He's had a good year with cards. I'll tell you that.
Channing, he made sure we asked you about Pokemon. What are your thoughts on Pokemon? Tell us everything.
I think Pokemon's the next play, personally. I think everything is generational, right? And I think obviously more people have the access to, like Richard, all Richard wanted to do was play FIFA. If Richard had an opportunity to get his favorite soccer player's card, he would do it, right? And so everything is generational. So like my brother, who's 31 now, 32, he's like, dude, I grew up with Pokemon. How much is this card and is it going to value up? And you just play that game of what's next, right? And that's what's fun about cards. And our access to things is so much crazier. Like think, what is that show? Like the people who go around and find junk. There we go. Yep.
This is my guy, War Turtle. You always look like an angry ass teenager getting into some trouble.
I'm more of a, I'm more of a Venusaur type of dude, but that guy. That's just me.
Yeah.
But
that leaf life.
I have no idea what any of you are talking about.
We're gonna get you involved.
Yeah, get him involved.
Cards, yes. When it gets into the Pokemon and when you get into the anime,
gathering,
I had nothing. I know nothing about it. But
all right, well, here's something for you. Who's the baddest dude in the league right now that people don't know about?
That don't know about, unfortunately, with the way our league is over media size.
But like you're in it, like
there are superstar guys that aren't that good. They're like, why do I know his name? I was like, I don't know.
Like fringe fans. Give me like Kevin Porter Jr. maybe like fringe fans who outside of your job.
Jaylen Brown,
Alexander, not even close.
Yeah, Jaylen Brown. Let's say somebody like Jaylen Brown.
Would you? I say Gilgeous Alexander. Because, dude, to me, he's a stud.
They're not asking for a hot take, Channing. They were just literally about to give another. They're giving another round.
The Boston Celtics and the Oklahoma City Thunder almost had the same record. And
why are you yelling? Why are you yelling?
We have had big yelling. I think it was because we started with Pat McAfee, and then it was just like, all right, we're just gonna yell for 3 hours. It's pretty much what happened.
Yeah. Sounds about right. Sounds 100% about right. So. I don't. Cards, yes. Pokemon, the anime, that stuff. I just don't know because I never watched it. So I see how other people get excited about it the same way I would get excited about a basketball card, a football card, any of those things. But it's just I don't know the relevancy it's a different culture.
It's smaller, but I think those people who would spend $400,000 or $500,000 on a Pokemon card would also probably spend couple thou on a Magic the Gathering card or
can you cuss on this podcast? Is this
yes, you can. I just got kind of like mom handcuffs a little bit. That was the call she made to me before we went live. She was like, "Watch the F word." I'm like, "All right, I got you."
My bad.
Yeah.
But you can
that doesn't mean
run it.
Listen.
Hey, Richard, if you had to choose right now, between Westbrook, they asked Perk this: Westbrook, KD, or Harden. If you had to get one rookie card, who would you get?
But you have to hold it for the next 10 years.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Kevin Durant, without a doubt. In my opinion, I know Harden, what he's doing right now, yes. But I just think ultimately Kevin Durant, he still has such a crazy lead as far as like all he has to do is kind of get back healthy. And if he plays 7 or 8 more years, he's going to start getting into that top 5 of categories of like scoring and stuff like that. So James Harden, I don't know how much longer James Harden can be this James Harden.
Exactly. And I think something Adam Lefkoe was in our comments.
That is a take. That is
It was a little spicy.
Icy Caliente. He's doing less, which is more. He has the most upside of any of those 3.
Guy spends half the game at the line.
MVP race, right? KD has to be the best player. All James Harden has to do is control the best players in the game.
But Kevin Durant, when he plays, is the best player. Like the minute you put him on, like James Harden has been a top 5 player for the last 5 years. Let's just say he's been a top 5 scorer, whatever. But the minute you put Kevin Durant on his team, you're like, well, okay, yeah, well, Kevin Durant's a little bit better. Like that's absurd. That's how much better Kevin Durant is. That even with 2 years off, or even with a year and a half off, all that other stuff, James Harden basically shows that back up to his team, and Kevin Durant, you can see it's like, yeah, he's unstoppable.
Yeah, and also like
two guard.
Their futures are kind of tied together, at least in the near term here. So one succeeds,
the
other one does as well.
Yeah, one success is everyone's success.
Yeah.
What's your feelings on this whole Brooklyn? I was pretty upset and remain upset about how much
I feel it. I felt
Nets
on the intro. I
feel like they all of a sudden are like the hottest thing in New York. They might be the best team in the league, and all everyone wants to talk about is Emmanuel quickly. So what's your thoughts on that?
Oh, I don't think that's not the case. I think that's not the case. I think that's pretty.
That was
inaccurate. I'm trying to figure out if you your level of sarcasm there. But
he's the next man, Richard.
I don't quite understand it from this standpoint, right? Can't quite I'm trying to figure out.
Knicks get Victor Oladipo, it's going to make it a little bit better.
Have you seen what is going on in Brooklyn right now?
Well,
it is it doesn't even matter win or lose. This is the problem what Knicks fans don't fully understand is what is going on, right? Back in 2001, the Nets drafted this, rambunctious kid out of Arizona, right? And then they went on and brought in Jason Kidd. So fast forward, you see the success
built around the draft pick, right?
Yeah, built around the draft pick. You see the success of these kids. So then what happens? Guys like Kyrie grow up watching the New Jersey Nets. They don't grow up watching the Knicks. They grow up watching the Jersey Nets because the
And
Knicks
I
suck.
feel that they grew up wrong.
Now, that's fair. That's fair. Now, fast forward again. So then now Kyrie has an opportunity to pick between Knicks and Nets, and he picks the Nets. So then all of a sudden, all of this generation of 10 and 12-year-olds, they're not watching the Knicks and Emmanuel Quickly. You know that to be true. These are not fat. These are not me. Like,
I don't
well,
think the generation's watching the game.
You got Kyrie with his shoes. But it doesn't matter. They're associated with the Nets, so naturally they're growing to be Nets fans. So you got their signature shoes. You got all of them have won championships, so their name recognition coming up. You got James. Like, you got three of the biggest names in the last 10 years in the game of basketball playing 10 minutes away. It's not going to end well for the next 10 years for the Knicks.
It's fair. I just keep going back to prove why they went to the Nets is because they feel that they're bigger than the Knicks versus just going to the Nets. It's like they gotta.
The Nets organization is A1. They were winning with D'Angelo Russell and those guys, and their development and their culture is great, right? So even when you took D'Angelo Russell out, they were still a seed, right? Look at Jared Allen's development. He's going to get a bag. When you just add superstars to an already good culture, it's awesome. It is a great thing to watch. And people are like, well,
that's why Kevin Durant wanted to go play in Golden State.
Yeah, I respect it. I also think for Durant off court, I mean, global international organization, those owners know what the hell's going on going into the future. I respect it. I just get a little like,
you hate it.
Why they gotta
the Knicks have to be different, and that's why they're going to be a little bit slower than the Nets right now, because there's no three players you can get right now that you could say, okay, we're equally as talented.
All right, listen. I wasn't. Listen.
I was waiting for this one.
I wasn't supposed to be on right now chanting, Richard, great to see you guys. Thank you for doing this.
Of course.
But I've been waiting. I got my next slot, but I just had to override as the owner of all these things. I told the people in the back room, I said, get me in this chat. Let me just say one thing. This is all very interesting conversation. Nobody in Brooklyn has won anything.
Fair.
I'm so confused by this conversation. First of all, the reality is, and everybody knows this, there's a stigma that will always come along with the plopping on more people that got cut because they're not as good anymore, but they used to have a big name. And there's 47 All-Stars from 7 years ago on this Brooklyn team. And when they listen, and by the way, on the record, first of all, the first part, KD isn't Richard, you couldn't have done a better job articulating that. I don't think KD is even in the same. KD, people need to be careful. KD can end up in a very weird spot, to Richard's point, in 8 years from now. KD is shockingly underrated because everyone's of the last 5 minutes. KD was the best player in the league. LeBron is my favorite human because I hate Michael Jordan so much that everything LeBron does is something I cheer for. So I only want more LeBron. But even with that said, what KD was doing those last couple of years before the injury, he's a 7-footer.
Did you see that? He was the fastest. He was the fastest.
Somebody my height is a 2-guard and has every skill of Kyrie.
Crazy.
And just when you break it down, Kobe was the fastest of 5,000, 10,000, 15,000. Then LeBron came in and passed him. So then Bron was fastest of all those as far as youngest. He was the youngest to the fastest. And then the next person that came in that broke the 5,000, 10,000, and 15,000 point record was Kevin Durant. He broke that. Then it just
he's on a different planet. That's part one. But this Knicks Nets thing, Nets haven't won anything. First of all, second of all, that's right. I'm not comparing. I'm not comparing that. I'm just and second of all, with Blake Griffin and who else knows what's going to happen in the next 24 hours? This fucking Voltron that they're putting together of it's fine and all. It's fine and all, but these championships of these super conglomerates will always and historically have some sort of look on it.
It will. It doesn't matter.
And by the way, can I ask another question?
It will have.
Well, hold on.
Excuse me. I apologize, Tyler. You've been talking a lot. Give me 1 second.
I'm getting yelled at this point.
I've educated basketball men here. I'm watching the Knicks game last night, happily. I cannot understand how you have Bradley Beal, Russell Westbrook, Hachimura. How's Washington that bad?
Bad. Yeah.
2 out of their 3 starters have injured for the whole year, and then they've had a
I'm
piece
talking
on
about
that.
now.
They
Last
still
night.
shouldn't be that bad. They still
Yeah,
shouldn't be
I
that
agree.
bad.
I agree.
It just they still shouldn't be like
Yes.
when you like
No, when they're
if you
not
look at-
Channing.
look,
To your
look,
point, Channing, when they're not
They're-
playing. But I'm talking about last night.
when you look at the amount of games that Russell Westbrook and Bradley Beal have played together, they're 2 best players on their team. Let's say they've played 50 games total together. Their record is very bad still.
Yeah.
So even though like their 2 best players, if Bron and AD are healthy, the Lakers are going to win 70% of the games. Doesn't matter if who else is playing. If those 2 guys are there, you're going to win. Like the fact that the Washington
You're
Wizards
talking
have
about
2 best
Tyler,
players.
Tyler, real quick. Hold on. Before, we're supposed to talk about cards.
Defensive play.
Right?
Can we talk about cards?
I messed
No,
everything
Richard,
up.
we
Get out of here,
can't.
Gary.
We can't because it's your slot's long over, right? I'm already supposed to be on, right, Tyler?
Yeah, what do you do?
I'm trying.
Channing, I'll have you guys on my podcast. You'll get a hell of a lot more views, and we'll talk about cards and basketball. We'll talk later.
Love you guys, man.
See you.
Peace. 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 All right, Gary, thank you for your
I'm here.
jump in and being here. I'm going to just give it to you. You can introduce your next guest, and we can take it away.
Hey, everybody. I hope you're enjoying Card Talk Live. This is an unprecedented event, and we're going to get into I requested this interview because I want to get to questions that a lot of collectors are curious about. So Nicole Colombo from eBay has graciously agreed to join me, and we're gonna chop it for 15 minutes. Tyler, when do you guys need us? Hey, Nicole, how are you?
Hi, Gary. I'm good. How are you?
It's great to see you. Tyler, real quick, can you bounce back on? When do you need us to wrap up here?
So slot into the 10 minutes.
You got it. I'll get right into it.
38.
Nicole, you got it. Nicole, how are you?
I'm good. I wish we were in person, but it's awesome to see you over video.
So let's get right into it since we only have 10. You know, eBay is the platform. Obviously, there's been a lot of things that have popped up in the last couple of years, but the far majority of the action in the sports card transaction market happens on this platform. Give me an opening minute or two for the collectors and the buyers that are watching, just on thoughts on State of the Union, on 2 or 3 hot, things on your mind and what you do at eBay. And thank you for being on again.
Sure. So the business has been amazing. The collectibles and trading cards category specifically obviously had a huge surge last year. But we actually saw that over the past 5 years, we've seen a huge growth in this category. It's been amazing to watch. Last year, we sold 45 million cards on eBay. That's 90 cards a minute, just insane to say. And year to date, we've seen just really phenomenal growth continue. And not only domestic sales, but also a lot of exports from countries we haven't seen demand for trading cards before have really picked up, like Australia, China, Europe, and Canada is always an important part for exports as well. And so, as a category, we're really just focusing on what we need to do that's specific for trading cards versus what we need to do for total eBay. And that's always, a balancing act for us to work on.
Sitting, I see a lot of chatter of, sellers this, buyers that, buyers this, sellers that, sitting in the middle of those two incredibly important ecosystems, balancing that two-way marketplaces, it's just imperative, right? So how do you handle that, and what kind of changes or adjustments are you considering or making to continue having the best platform for both sides?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. We want to make sure that we are supporting and protecting our buyers. We have 185 million buyers, and that is the core to the platform's success. But we have amazing sellers, and they are bringing the unique inventory and the amazing trading cards. And so we need to make sure that we're protecting and balancing them both. And in this space, buyers are often sellers, right? We have flippers, we have investors. Buyers are sellers, so the same individual. So we need to make sure that we're looking at both of their needs. And so my team is looking at our policies and making sure that they're really balancing the needs of both of these groups. So for example, earlier this year, we changed our return policy. For the site, we want to make sure that most categories have 30-day returns. That's industry standard for apparel or for electronics. It doesn't make sense in trading cards. And so we changed the return policy so that a seller could choose 0-day returns, no returns, and not be penalized and still qualify for top rated plus. Another thing that we're working on is looking at our buyer protection policy. As a buyer, we want to make sure that you're protected. If you buy something and you get sent the wrong thing, I mean, that happened to me last week from the Gap, like in any e-commerce site, potentially get sent the wrong thing, right? So you got to be able to let the site know and the seller know, hey, I got the wrong thing. But in a category like trading cards, where we have high market volatility, we want to make sure that that window where you can let us know that you've got the wrong thing is a shorter window than it currently is. So we're working on changing
that to me is the thing that I've been sitting and thinking about. Like the market, and you just addressed it. I'm going to put into even more English because volatility. Like some of these card prices are changing in 48 hours, and people are changing their mind, right? And so sellers are getting caught. No.
Yeah, I mean, that shouldn't happen, right? Like if seller offers no returns and the price of a card changes, I mean, it is what it is. But oftentimes we find that, we're just allowing people to return for longer windows or file a claim for longer than they should be able to in this category where things do change price too often. So we're looking at still protecting the buyer, but also making sure that we're protecting the seller with this policy. So I can't make the announcement as to when the change is happening. We're working on it, but it will happen soon.
Well, what about now I'm looking for headlines for 1:37 p.m. You can't announce that. Is there anything you can can you give me something? I was poking proud of you. Like, I'm going to need something. Give me something. Like, do you anything you can announce? Anything you close to announcing? Anything that you can flirt with to get kind of all of us in the community excited?
So we did just make an announcement today that we are launching a new image-based listing tool. So we utilize computer vision to update our app so that you can scan a card and then quickly create a listing. So it'll read your card and then populate a listing. So it cuts the listing time in half. And this is like such a huge need for our sellers on our site. We listed 41 million cards last year, so 119 cards per minute were listed. And so we just want to take some of the time out of that and make that an easier process for sellers. So starting in April for Magic the Gathering, you'll be able to use the app to quickly create listings, fast followed by Pokemon cards, then Yu-Gi-Oh, and then later in the year for sports cards. So we're really excited about that innovation, and we're looking on a lot of
how accurate does it have to be for a company like eBay, the tech, to say, like I assume, I mean, it's got to be very, very high for you to release something like this.
Yeah, I mean, of course, every time we release something, we want to get feedback from the community, but we've been testing it internally, and yeah, it's really accurate. It gives you, it scans your card, then it says, oh, is this your card? And you select it, and then you just have to basically put your price, the condition of the card, if it's graded or not, and then the listing's done.
But there's weird things, right? Like the Billy Ripken, fuckface, thing on the bat, and they covered it. Like, there's got to be some little nuance. Like, there's going to be some. I mean, I'm just trying to think where I think AI and machine learning and visualization. So, if you can get into the high 90s, everyone's going to have to pay attention. But like a lot of the basic normal stuff you're gonna drill that.
Yeah, I mean, you might get like 4 cards brought up. Like, which one of these is your card? And you might pick one and then have to add a few details, like, oh, this one has a little piece of a fabric from the player, blah, blah, blah. Yes, obviously there's so many one-off cards out there, but for the most part, it will help for the core cards. And we've obviously been focusing right now on Magic the Gathering and Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! And we're getting a lot of high accuracy on that. And so sports cards is to come. Yeah, it's a complicated space, but yes, we're super excited about it. And it's cut time for all the sellers we've been testing it with.
What else in the last week to month has really hit your radar as things you're thinking about or you're excited about? Or is there anything that's happening in the overall space that, you think collectors or investors should be thinking about? Any hot nuggets that we can share? Yeah,
one trend I've noticed is that, I mean, as you guys probably all know, and you've been talking about, like, basketball is the main source of growth. Pokemon, I keep mentioning, I heard the guys talking about earlier, Pokemon is a huge source of growth in this category. Baseball's picking up now. But there's a lot of subcategories within cards. Everyone hears about the LeBron James and the Mickey Mantle cards breaking records, but there's a lot of like smaller subcategories where we're seeing lots of increased traffic and
like weird, like weird stuff. Like, cause I call it weird stuff, like Rocky and Mr. T and like Transformers and Garbageville Kids, or, are you talking about vintage soccer? Like, how weird are you going?
A little bit of both. So let me pull up my stats for you.
Okay. You got stats. I like that. Way to be prepared, Nicole. I like that.
Okay, so tennis cards have been up over 4,000% year to date, mainly driven by Serena Williams. So that was really fun to see. Soccer cards are up over 1,000%. Golf cards are up over 1,000%. And I remember you like wrestling. Wrestling cards are up over 508% year to date. So some of these subcategories are getting a lot more traffic. It's like as some of these high value cards are getting so unattainable, investors are trying to go to other categories.
I also think that's right, but I also think it's broadening as people are like hearing, like someone's like, oh, like cards are cool. They're like, yeah, but I don't like the major sports, but I'm a huge Roger Federer fan. Hey, I wonder what a Roger Federer enter. Oh my God, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, like for example, we sold a PSA 10 Jesse Owens rookie card for $380,036.
What year is the Owens rookie card considered?
It was a 1936.
That's really
crazy
cool.
And then another fun one.
By the way, I could do that. Honestly, if the show was me sitting and you just telling me numbers like this for an hour, I'd be thrilled. Go ahead, keep going. I want to see
like facts. And I'm like, oh my gosh, a 1977 Star Wars unopened box. It's a top box. Original condition, $35,900. And then Garbage Pail Kids, you mentioned earlier. I love Garbage Pail Kids. Like that is my era. A seller sold an Atom Bomb PSA 10 for $30,200. So it's just amazing that we're seeing these like subcategories with these record-breaking sales as well. And it's really been fun to see people just stretch out into different spaces just because they have an interest in it, like you're saying. But it's also becoming an investment, alternative investment area. So it's been really, really fun.
Nicole, thanks for coming on and giving some updates. Thank you for being a great sponsor of this massive event, and we appreciate you, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks so much for having me. Good to see you, Gary.
Everybody, I will be back soon. I've got many more activities on my calendar for this epic day of Car Talk Live. I am back around 6:35. I will see you then. Lou, it's great to see you as well.
Hello,
Lou,
Gary.
I appreciate you. I know you're powering through. I know the vaccine knocked you out and you're not feeling so great. Or that's an excuse for you not doing your working activities this morning.
I was waiting for that one. That was only a matter of time.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Boys, doing a good job. Thank you. I'll see you guys later.
Thanks.
Appreciate you.
Later, G.
All right. So, Ty, you ready?
I'm ready. Are you ready? Yeah, we got a couple giveaways from you. Fire them away. Let's see. What are you giving away first? And then there's two giveaways. Hold up the first box, announce the first winner. Hold up the second box, announce the second winner. And then I need to ask you one question, and then we'll kick you out.
All right. First winner. So I think we're still working on the second one right now. But the first winner is going to be from YouTube.
What's the product? What's the product? What are they winning?
I was going to show it.
Let the man cook. He's a professional podcaster. Let the guy
Seriously.
go. Unbelievable.
All right. This is from YouTube. This is Jameis 1 of 1 on YouTube. Has won a box of 2020-2021 certified basketball. So I believe Jason will be reaching out in terms of getting that info, Ty.
I believe so. I feel like Jay's got that under control. I hope so.
Huge.
So that is our first one. And then the second one is going to be from Twitch, and it's LOO_easy. And that is a box of 2020-21 Revolution basketball. So that is our second winner. Again, that was from Twitch. So one YouTube winner and one Twitch winner so far.
Jameis and Lou, please DM us on Instagram. Make sure you Instagram DM us. Jason at Car Talk Pod. Jason, our producer, creator, will be in there, and we'll get your boxes out to you ASAP. Congratulations.
Love it.
Before you go, Rye.
Yes.
Real quick, I want to keep you on, but let's. I'm wondering if we should bring Chuba and Tylen on, because we're about to do a quick pack war, and I think you will do the best justice giving quick background on what the product is, and then I'll get into what pack wars are, because we got a little competition going on right now. Me and Lou aren't friends any longer. We are breaking this. Rye, give a little bit of insight into Panini One Football.
All right, so Panini One Football is just as it says. It is a one card. The card is already sealed in a magnetic, so you will open it up and you'll just know right away what you've got inside. So I will let you explain you're going to determine the winner. But again, just one card. Everything will be encased. Everything should be serial numbered. So you'll open it up, and right away you'll know how you did and who won.
Love it. Thank you, brother.
Cool. Good luck.
Yep.
Get him out of here.
All right. We have two teammates. We thought this was going to be fun. We got two studs, played together in college, football players. They're at an amazing point in their careers right now, getting ready draft-wise. And Lou and I are teammates. I guess you could say these two boys are teammates. But once they come on, they're no longer teammates. And Lou and I are no longer teammates. Me and Chuba versus Thailand. And we got some dollars on the line here. So let's bring the boys on.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up? What's up?
How we doing?
Good. Thanks for having us.
Of course. Yeah. Thank you for joining us. Give 10 seconds on what is on your mind of late. What is the thing that is taking up most of your brain bandwidth? Chuba first, then Thailand.
As of this moment, or
just in the last week, what do you spend your most time doing, thinking about?
Football.
What about it?
Yes.
Just doing everything I can to get ready for this draft process. This pro day up on April 1st. Just all the meetings, really a bunch of different things, but just in general, football.
Love it.
Oh, yeah.
Tyler?
Yeah, I mean, I gotta agree. Same thing with him. I mean, it's just it feels like you shouldn't be as busy as we should be, but we are. It's based off workouts, meetings. It's nonstop really, but it's a great time, a great process to be in. So I can't complain about that.
Hell yeah! Well, from everyone watching right now, from us, we wish you all the best over the next couple of months and the remainder of you guys' career. I'm excited to see it and have this screenshot forever as you guys go on and make some legendary moves.
Appreciate
it.
But
let's get into this. What we're about to do is, I believe in the next 10 years, you're going to be able to do this in casinos. I'm a big blackjack guy. I think what we're doing right now is more or less walking into a casino and playing a little blackjack or like war, because it's just straight up. So we both have these packs here with us. Chuba, it's now me and you. Those guys are our competition.
All right,
you
let's
and
go.
I. And I'm going to these bad boys. Lou, what is the cards? What are we looking for in here? What's a big deal?
So this is 2020 Panini One football.
Mm-hmm.
Like Tyler was saying earlier, there's one card in every box. It is in a one-touch magnetic, so it's like, I would say off the rip, you're getting a pretty rare card. I mean, like they explain it on the back a little bit, but there's like rookie patch autographs, there's colored cards, numbered cards, things of that nature. So it's 2020 football. So like the main guys what you're looking for in here is Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow, Jalen Hurts, those guys. So you ready to get into it?
Yeah, we're gonna rip this. The way that denote a winner, because the box costs $650 about on retail. So just the one card, the box, $650. But it's essentially gambling. You can open this bad boy, and there could be a card that resells on eBay for $100. Blow out down $550. There could be a card that's worth $6,000. You don't know. What we're about to do is we're both going to open. We're both going to have one card. Chuba and I got a card. Tyler got a card. Whichever has the lower number, serial number, we take the other people's stuff. So y'all might get the better card, but if our card has the lower number, we're taking your back, and vice versa.
Okay, so I just want to clear it up. We were talking about it a little bit before the show. We're doing serial number on the card or set number?
That's a good point. Set number.
We have to be very clear.
All right, we're doing set number. All right, we're doing set number.
I don't want no funny business. Me and Tylen got this. Like, I'm not even worried.
Hey, come on with it.
No funny business, Tylen.
We're about to do the whole like blackjack dealer thing. Switch the camera to our hands. Let's see if I know how I'm doing.
All right, I'm switching.
All right, boom. Yeah. All right. I think we're in the mix.
All right. Mine's a little bit lower. Tyler's like is cool looking. Yeah. I'm not really out here like that. But
we're focused. We're prepared.
All right, come on.
You rip first, Lou. Yeah, get it.
All right. Never take it off the screen is something I've learned from our friend Ryan Johnson.
Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. People think I'm doing crazy stuff over here.
All right, so we're gonna open it up, and I'm gonna cover it with the card because I don't want anyone to see it. I don't want to ruin the surprise. None of that. So we should look away if we can. How do I even get this open?
Well, you can't really look away. There's a lot of people looking, bro. All right, but you gotta like
do one of these right here.
Yeah, you gotta like boom, do one of these. I don't know what's going on. All right, boom.
All right, so you're going first or I'm going first?
You're going first.
All right. Start right here. Go nice and slow. Oh, you can't really.
Oh yeah, your light's fucked up. Okay.
Oh, this is interesting.
Oh.
What do we have here?
What?
Patch autograph. Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Interesting.
Ooh, that's kind of a banger.
He was one of the guys in the beginning of the NFL season who popped off.
Opening night went crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
But before, like, it's a little bit anticlimactic because you got like the scratch and sniff version versus the actual card. What are we denoting as? That's card number 21, right?
Number 21.
All right. But I have an actual card, so I think we should just already win, but that's all right.
That's not how that goes at all.
Yeah, we win.
No.
Yeah, all right. Let's switch this around. Let's see what we got. All right. Let's see. Oh, it's this way.
Okay. Who is that?
That's my guy, Big Ten running back, Jonathan.
Oh, Jonathan Taylor or PA.
That's
That's
JT.
Yeah.
All right, turn that
He's
around. What
nasty.
number is it?
Fudge.
46. Let's go,
46.
Tyler.
Oh, let's get it. Let's get it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Shit.
Oh yeah.
I'm switching it back. I'm gassed.
Yeah,
Let's
there it
go,
is.
Ty.
There we go.
Yo,
I'm
you
fired
know
up.
he was
There
my
it is.
guy too. Damn. Of course.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
fired up, Tylen.
Oh yeah, I'll take that.
Damn.
Okay.
Have
would
have
love-
either of y'all played with any of these guys? Any insight?
No.
Know much about their
Nah,
game? Like,
No, yeah, JT. Yeah, I know JT. JT's cool, real good guy. That's
well,
a
you
good
gotta let
card.
them know we pulled this card and took it
Yeah,
out.
let him know.
Boys, we appreciate you joining us. All the best. It's been a fun little segment. Lou is going to make sure that they get shipped to you, Tylen. And
How am I the winner and I have to do the shipping part? How's
That's crazy, huh? You go that way, huh?
Tylen, what's up, bro? Like,
What's up with that?
You're going to handle that. All right, gang.
Thank
We
you, boys.
appreciate it.
Oh, yeah,
Thank you. All right, appreciate you guys. Y'all take care.
Right back
Stay
at
well.
you. Good luck. All righty. All righty. Quick. I think
back my man Ryan.
Yeah, let's bring in Ryan. This is a fun part of this is something that we've been long excited about. Also, I just wanted to shout out my man Slab Stocks hit me with the gold tee. I had to rep it real quick.
Tyler, you definitely should have won.
How?
I got the scratch and sniff should be in the automatic DQ.
That's just automatic,
So this is what I'm talking about. This is classic Tyler. It's very clear card number rules. Card number wins.
No, it should be serial number. I don't know I've never seen anybody do a pack war with a set number. It should be serial number.
How?
Yours
But what if
wasn't
there's
serial
what
number.
if they're the
You didn't
same
show
number?
up to the pre-production meeting.
Yours
You
was
hadn't
zero.
decided.
I'm not gonna fight, but like we could talk about it later. But that makes no sense. Makes no sense whatsoever. I'm the winner. Tylen's the winner, and that's it.
Just saying.
All right, respect.
All right.
Lou, introduce your best friend.
Yes.
We have a fantastic panel of conversation coming up here, led by I would venture to say highest approval rating of any Card Talk guest. I love everyone who's come on. I've loved Jeremy. I love all of our guys, but Adam Lefkoe, media mogul, NBA on TNT host, will be leading a discussion here between three members of the 1986 Fleer basketball set. Widely considered to be like the premier basketball set, the one that set the table for everything going forward. That's where the Michael Jordan rookie's from. We will have Dominique Wilkins, Spud Webb, and Johnny Moore joining him for this panel. So I would like to bring on Adam, and I would like to see the hype level.
Yep.
I do want to say, Adam,
the sweater's proper. Of course.
yeah, the sweater's proper. Adam, I'm not sure if you were tuning in earlier, but there might have been a little smoke thrown your way from Mr. Pat McAfee.
Before you get into that, I just want to say that I love that Lou gets angry when he definitely lost that pack war. Not only is Jonathan Taylor a better running back than Clyde Edwards-Helaire, nobody cares about the number on the back.
That's the rules of the game.
Exactly.
Like the only number I know is that Michael Jordan's number 57. And other than that, I don't know what their numbers are. That's crazy. Sorry, Lou. I didn't mean to upset you. I know you're under the weather.
That's just
You're
not
getting
rules of the
flamed
game.
in
Like,
the comments,
it's
Lou. You're
unbelievable.
getting flamed in the comments.
What did my PC, Pat McAfee, have to say about me?
He was really, he had a little bit of spice for your sweater game. He did give you credit as one of the premier voices in cards, so that was nice.
Well, I saw, you wouldn't know it based on the cartoon drawn about me for this event, but I will say I saw Gary's cartoon and I was like, okay, So like he didn't look like Gaston. So at least I felt a little bit better about that.
Yo, Gaston, you got to respect the Gaston though.
Gaston did his thing. He had principles. Nobody can mess like Gaston. He was a baller.
Fact.
Interesting.
So Adam, last time we saw you, like Lou mentioned, it was kind of that state of the hobby episode, and it was probably our best episode, our favorite episode of the year. So it is
It's a
great.
little too much gas for Adam.
I don't know about that. You were gassing him up until he smoked you on that.
Yeah, I know. And now he came at me, so now I'm finished with him.
So,
but you know what, Lou? You know what you do have? The best mustache on the Card Talk pod. Nobody can compete with that.
Thank you, sir.
And I will say that his cut and the way that he rocks the cut, like, has really come into its own, and I got to give love because all I do is wear hats
Podcast
now.
host, European soccer player. I don't know. There's a little bit of, when Lou gets out of the shower, he's whipping it, man.
Oh, 100%.
That's a nice, comb through.
You make it happen. You do the thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and his hairline's still strong, unlike mine.
By the way, note for Gary, if he's lurking, I love the fact that at any moment there's like a picture-in-picture of Gary popping up where he's just like, I got something to say. That's good content. At any moment, Gary. I like
You
that.
never know when he's coming in.
That's why I remain confident always. I know he's got my back. Let's give Lefkoe the stage to do his thing. We're going to bounce. You got a nice background. Looks like it's made for TV. And let's take it away.
Here, you want to see something really quick?
Yeah, badly.
That's an unmade
nice.
What's
nice.
up? How you living?
Yeah. Yep.
Movie magic.
Yeah,
All right, get the hell out of here. Now that they're gone, welcome, everybody. I hope no matter where you are, it's almost 5 o'clock. It's damn near 6 o'clock here in Atlanta, Georgia. And it tastes so good. We have a very special event for you tonight. And that event is the best modern basketball cards ever. 3 of the rookies, the infamous 1986 Fleer. I'm going to introduce them by the value of their card. Man who defeated Dominique Wilkins in a dunk contest, scored over 8,000 points and dished out over 4,000 assists. This man gave all men under 5'7" bragging rights. Give it up for Spud Webb. Woo! Oh, and he's a Dallas fan. That kills me. How are you, Spud?
America's team, baby.
Oh. Well, let me keep going. A guy that lost to Spud Webb in a dunk contest, but won 2 of his own, a 9-time NBA All-Star, the human highlight reel, Dominique Wilkins.
How you guys doing?
Good to see you again, man. How are you?
What's going on, man?
One last to go. He led the NBA in assists in 1982. His number 00 was retired by the San Antonio Spurs, the second most valuable card in the 1986 Fleer set behind only Michael Jordan. Give it up. Johnny Moore.
Hey, how you doing, man? How you doing, Adam?
I'm amazing. This is amazing. I want to go to Dominique and Spud first. Did you guys have any idea that Johnny Moore's cards were worth at that level? Did you ever heard of this before? Dominique, you're first.
That just means he old as hell. That's all. So we ain't surprised, He got a couple years on us,
That's awesome. That's awesome. Let me explain to those that are listening that don't know, and I'm sure you guys might not know, the 1986 Fleer that you guys are featured in is the most iconic modern basketball set there is. The main reason is Topps did not produce annual packs every year after 1981. So all the players that came in 82, 83, 84, 85, and 86, that 86 set, that's their rookie cards. So it's Jordan, Barkley, Ewing, Olajuwon, Wilkins, and of course, Spud Webb, both of you guys. Johnny Moore, because there's 132 cards. Oh, excuse me. There's 132 cards, 11 stickers. People would collect the entire set, all of them. And one of the rarest cards is Johnny Moore. In a Gem Mint PSA 10, there is only 66 Johnny Moores. And so I'm curious, Johnny, have you heard about this before? And do people talk about your cards to you a lot?
Well, I have heard about it. And it was posed to me like in a trivia question, oh, Michael Jordan, this. And I'm like, I didn't even think I was in there. And they said me. And I was like, really? Yeah, why? But you know, I'm just always just thrilled to be counted with, you know, some of the all-time greats.
Spud, I'm curious. The 1986 Fleer box apparently back then would sit on the shelf for like $10, and not everybody was buying it. Care to guess what one went for recently?
I'm afraid to ask that.
Give me a range.
11 cent now.
$336,000.
A rookie card.
A box of the 1986 Fleer. A box.
Okay.
I'm curious, but I'll stick with you because that number is crazy to me. Were basketball cards big back then? Because everything that I read is that, you know, there were other cards that were big, but basketball cards maybe weren't as big back then.
I don't think so, but like every time we would get our bus, a bus in any city, anywhere, people would have cards. We like, man, what are they doing with these cards, you know? But we sign them for them, and you know, hopefully they did something good with them with some kids.
Was it cool to see yourself on a basketball card for the first time?
Oh, absolutely. Cause you, I mean, you watch Dominique on cards, and you watch Johnny on cards. I'm a Texas guy, so I've seen Johnny play in college on TV and stuff like that. So, you know, to see yourself on the card with those guys, that mean that, you know, you're doing something right.
For you guys, you may remember. So I have one of the cards, but a Barkley. So I'm sure you've signed a million of these in your life. The red, white, the blue, the yellow frame. Dominique, how many times do you think you've seen yourself on one of these cards in your life?
Too many times. You know, it's funny, you know, like Spud said, you see so many of these cards, you know, and cards have been around forever. So this is nothing new. Of course, with the way social media is right now, you know, these guys are on a mega stage, but, you know, it's so many different cards that you can't count, you know, and I've signed, you know, cards for many, many years and still sign a lot of cards, but you lose track after about a year or two, you know, because, you know, it's always something different coming out.
Do you remember the first time you saw it though? Like, and I know it was like 4 years into your career, but the first time you really saw it, do you remember that moment?
It was my rookie year, but, you know, it was kind of flattering, of course, to see yourself on a card, you know, especially a young guy coming into the NBA. But I can't remember my thoughts really back then, man. You making me reach back, you know, you're talking about over 30 some years now, Brand. So
yeah.
But and, you know, for Johnny, I know how many years for you, Johnny? About 50?
No, I don't know, but you keep making it seem like but you in the same bracket I am. You might be a year or two behind me. You know what I'm saying? You ain't that far behind.
About a year or two.
Spud talking about that he grown up watching me. Come on, man.
Yeah, I grew up watching you play when I was in the 7th grade. That's what happened when you know 1 or 2 years older than us, man. You're always going to be older than, you know.
Well, you know, that's a fact. And if I knew I was going to be this old, I'd have taken better care of myself. For sure.
You guys were mentioning it's 35 years. Johnny, how different is the NBA right now compared to 35 years ago? Can you like illustrate that for us that you've seen it the entire time?
Well, you know, it's changed, you know, and every sport's going to evolve somewhat. But the dimensions are the same, the goals the same, but the way that they play, back in our day, there was a lot more continuity in the game. You know, now it's a front pick and roll, side pick and roll. The other ones are just spotting up, waiting for the man to help and shooting. It's like a 3-point game, you know, and so it's like, it kind of reminds me of baseball practice. You know, you out in center field, you be like, hey, hit one out here to me, you know. They just stand around waiting. So it's changed somewhat. You know, I still little biased because I like the continuity, get everybody involved. Right. Everybody has to have the ability to do every aspect of the game, pass it, shoot it, put it on the floor. So it has changed somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
Spud, if I could say that you could become, I would give you all of the cards of one young player in the NBA that you kind of want to invest in, that you're scouting out, and I think he could be the future. Who would be your pick?
Well,
Damian Lillard, I know the way he plays, I think his team win more games. He have an opportunity to win MVP. But guys like that, Kyrie Irving, you know, I'm a guard guy, so definitely I'm gonna look at the guys like that you see them play shoot all the time. I can just imagine coming down and shooting the ball before I throw it to Dominique, and then he guys just come down.
By the way, you could have gave me a few more passes.
So I go for all the point guards. Curry, those guys that shoot all the time. You know, you hear me, those guys, because you know they get to shoot 20, 30 times a game without the coach pulling them out the game.
Dominique, I know you're seeing a ton because you're working with the Hawks, so you get to see whether it's Trey facing these guys or anyone. Who would be the young guy that you could pick if you could only pick one?
Well, the guy, I think, you know, even though he won several championships, would be the guy I would pick right now. It still, for me, would be Kevin Durant. And he's the guy who won 2 championships. He still doesn't get the, you know, respect that he deserves, you know. But you know, if you want to build a team with a guy, he's one of those guys that you would build a team around. You know, he's just an incredible talent. I mean, I love the way he plays. You know, everybody look at Durant's game, for example, and they immediately think 3-point shooter, but they don't understand that Kevin Durant hit more mid-range shots than he does threes, and a lot of times people discredit the mid-range shot. The mid-range shot is the greatest shot outside of a layup or dunk because it's consistent. And so we made a living off of that shot. Now you see it starting to come back, and now it's not that obsolete shot anymore. You got Kawhi doing it. You got Durant doing it. You got Curry. You got all these guys, DeRozan, who now play in that mid-range area and always have, but it got overlooked. So guys like that, you know, like Durant, I mean, he's one of my favorite players.
I just want one quick follow-up before I go to Johnny. There are certain guys, I was talking to D Wade about this, that are truly one of ones. Like, I don't think we've ever seen a Shaq before, and I don't think we're ever going to see a Shaq later. Is there anyone from either the 70s, 80s, 90s that gives you any Durant vibes, or is he like that where we've just never seen a guy do that?
Well, at his size,
yeah.
I don't think you ever seen a 7-footer this size do what he does. No. I mean, he's a freak, man. You know, he is a special player.
Johnny, was that your pick too? I saw you react when he's picked.
Well, it was, you know, especially since, you know, he went to the University of Texas as well. And he may have watched me as a kid too. So, so yeah. No, I mean, I really like what Kevin does. Even at 7 foot, he has the ability to utilize every facet of the game. He can shoot the long ball, the threes. He can put it on the floor.
Yeah.
But the key to the game whenever we were playing was the mid-range. And, you know, they've kind of gone away from there. The ones who are becoming more and more successful, they're starting to bring that mid-range game back. I mean, to me, that's the key. If you know anything about math, you shoot 10 and make 3 threes, you got 9. But if you shoot 10 mid-range shots, you know, your percentage is going to go up. And so, you know, my favorite shot was always the layup. That's the highest percentage shot. So if I can get to lay that, that's what I'm gonna do.
Hey, I scored 57 with not a single 3.
Yeah, well, you know, Dominic, that's because when they throw it to you, that's like the black hole. When they go in there, it ain't coming out. It ain't coming out. We know that.
You know, back then everybody had a job to do. That was my job to put it at all.
Yes, but is that true? Is that true? If you pass it, Dominique, were you not getting it back?
You ain't getting it back. You're gonna get an assist. It's gonna be an attempt at an assist. But, but he was a man for us. We had to get him the ball, and he wanted the ball. So
hell
that's
yeah,
the kind of guy you want to play with.
Johnny, this is the thing. I used to tell Spud and them all the time. I said, "Look, man, y'all want me to start the play or finish the play? You know, I like to be on the receiving end. You know, so I got out on the break. I rarely went coast to coast because I didn't want to spend that much energy. So I would find them guards and fill those lanes. I knew I was going to get it, and why give it back? You know, because who's going to finish better at the rim than me? At least that's what I used to tell them anyway.
Yeah.
I can agree with that.
Johnny, since they were making fun of you being a little bit older, I was looking at the pictures of the jerseys and the rafters down there in San Antonio, and it goes Gervin, Johnny Moore, David Robinson, which I think is an incredible place to be in the transition of that Spurs franchise. And so you get in there in the late 70s, and then here comes Magic and Bird, Here comes Jordan. Here comes the Dominiques of the world and the Hakeem Olajuwons. How much did the NBA and what America thought of the NBA change? And you kind of came in right on the cusp of it. What was it to watch it all happen?
Well, I mean, it was exciting because, especially when Michael came, because he's the one that really initiated the branding. And I mean, and it just took things to a whole nother level. And, to watch that, to be part of that, the rivalries between him, well, first is Magic and Bird. And,
Right.
I mean, back then now it's like what they've done back in the day. Now, if you look at someone funny, that's flagrant, and they call it technical. But, I remember Larry used to say, I'm going to shoot this in your face right there on that elbow and then go over there and do it. So, but it was a very exciting time. I think there was a lot of talent there, diverse talent. You had big men, wings, guards. So, and so me and Spud as guards, we had to take the analogy that is better to give than to receive. Right. We had so many, and that was just a reality. But I was throwing the ball in the ice and he'd throw it back out and I throw it back in and he said, Mo, he said, you better shoot that. I'm gonna shoot over 3. I said, okay, Ice, my bad. Let me take advantage of my opportunities to put that ball up too. But it was a very exciting time, and the rivalries were, I mean, such, and the game, it was just so much tougher and more physical. But you got them influx of those European players who they don't go to the basket, they stand on the perimeter, and I think that has a lot to do with it.
Sure. For people that don't know, by the way, Johnny, one of 7 NBA players with 20 assists in a playoff game. So the man could dish it. Spud, I was reading up on your incredible dunk contest win over Dominique, and I read that Dominique had never seen you dunk before. Is this true?
No. Yeah, man. I mean, when that year, I was a rookie, so I was busy trying to stay on the team and make the team and learn to play and those type of things. You didn't have time, Johnny, to sit around and watch YouTube and do all that other stuff. So we were playing 4 games in 5 nights and traveling on commercial flights. So you didn't have time for all that stuff. So during the games, I was so busy trying to get him and Kevin and Tree and Doc and the Whitman them the ball. I never concentrated on trying to get a dunk in the game. But when the opportunity came, I did.
So Dominique, you saw him in the dunk contest and you were like, check, knocking off Spud.
I knew he could dunk. Because his rookie year, I remember they was thinking about, releasing Spud because he was hurt. And I remember getting in the game, we were playing LA. And we get on a fast break. And we coming down the court and Spud goes up. Because I thought he was going to dish it to me. He goes up. I just thought I'd throw that in there. But we were coming down the court and he goes up, and he throws it on Kareem. And I remember running by the bench and I said, Mike, I told you, you can't cut this guy. This guy can play. And that was the first time I've seen him dunk. But speaking of the dunk contest, I never seen him do some of the stuff he did. I never saw that. And I looked and I kind of PO'd at him. I said, when did you learn how to do that? I've never seen it. He was in the gym practicing somewhere, but he put on an incredible show. He really did.
Yeah. What was the process for those dunks, Bud?
Oh, those dunks I was doing since like 12th grade. So I know once the dunk contest started, I figured they think he's going to dunk one ball and that's it. But I knew the repertoire of dunks I could do. And I was just hoping Dominique ran out of dunks because I definitely had ran out of dunks to do. So
right.
I was just lucky. I was just lucky that day. I gave away more tickets than him that day.
Oh, because it was in Dallas, right?
Right.
Let me tell you, be honest with you, a lot of people don't realize how happy I was for him. And we competed hard against one another, but I was really happy for him to see his growth, where he had come from to up to that point. I mean, it was well deserved. He didn't. It wasn't nothing anybody gave to him. He earned it.
I got one question for all three of you before we go, because unfortunately we do have to wrap. One thing I love is talking to players about somebody that they faced that they have a lot of respect for, that they don't think gets enough attention or enough credit. I like to say it's giving them their roses. So I'll go with Dominique, Johnny, and Spud. Who is somebody that you faced that you don't think people today talk enough about?
Well, I tell you, I've never feared anybody I ever played against, but it was one guy made me nervous the night before I played against him. And that was Bernard King. He was no joke. And, you know, I knew he was going to get 40. And I used to say to myself, I know I can't stop him. I mean, it's nothing I can do to stop him. So if I can get 40, he'll get 40. We just call it a wash, you know, because he was a machine. He just kept coming and kept coming. And people today do not even mention his name. It's amazing.
Johnny, who you got?
Yeah, that's a tough question. I mean, there are quite a few, but you know, I think about Calvin Murphy jumps up in my mind because you know he wasn't that tall, but I mean he was fierce. And you know, when I first came in, they said, "Well, you know, Calvin, he's gonna trip you." And I said, "Shoot, if he tripped me, I'm gonna trip him back." Now y'all know Calvin, right? And sure enough, we went down and he tripped me. And I'm standing on the free throw line and I said, "Calvin, don't trip me. If you trip me, I'm gonna trip you back." He goes right down there and tripped me. I said, "Oh, I done called myself out now, right?" So we go down and we come back and I tripped him. And I'm thinking, "Oh, I'm gonna have to fight now." You know, because Calvin just looked at me and he turned and he just ran on down the floor. And I was like, because you know, everybody knows
You know his rep.
But Calvin, I mean, he was just so quick and it's such a quick release and could shoot the basketball. I mean, he's one that I always admired, and I just think that you know he ought to be in the conversation a little bit more.
I love that. Got to step to the bully. All right, Spud, who do you think deserves their roses?
Well, I mean, in the East, we played against Isaiah Thomas all the time. You just couldn't do nothing with him because he was so good at shooting, dribbling, passing, those things. But I tell you, playing against Rod Strickland, man, all the times I played against him, there's a funny story is that I was in Sacramento and they go, "Spud, get a scouting report on Rod Strickland." I was like, "Hell, I ain't stopped him yet. You might need to get somebody else to give a scouting report on him." He was hard and man, he just never got the accolades that you know, a point guard should get because Rob was so difficult, the best interior passer that I've seen for a point guard.
I love that. I hope you guys have fun. Do you have fun?
Yeah,
Yes,
thanks for having
me.
Appreciate having me.
Man, I appreciate you guys. Let me see. I got the social handles here at SpudWeb86. Dominique, you on social at all for people to follow you?
I am. Dominique Wilkins 21.
Dominique Wilkins 20. Now, Johnny, I know you're a teacher. Are you on social media?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I am not.
If you want Johnny, you got to send him a letter and you have to find his address. Good luck.
Way to
Good
finish
luck.
it off.
All right.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah,
thanks
thank you.
for being here, guys.
All right, man. Hey, Spud, I know you got the same phone number, and I called you. I know you got the same phone number.
Yeah, I've been dealing with a death all week, man. But God, we'll talk.
Oh,
all right, we'll do that.
All right.
Sorry to hear that.
Okay.
Okay.
See you
Thank
guys.
brother.
That was great. See you, Johnny. And that were three members of the famed 1986 Fleer class. And I've just been told from Lou that the Card Talk Pod is going to be giving away a 1986 Fleer case later on in the show.
Yeah, that's actually true. It's going to go to my long-lost twin, also named Lou.
Boo Janu.
Boo Janu will be coming in and getting that case.
I just want to say it's an honor being on the same screen as Ryan Johnson every time I see him.
Such a professional.
I agree.
By the way, you guys enjoy it?
I just don't know how I'm supposed to get back on a live stream where you were talking with three legends and then I'm supposed to come on and like make people enjoy what we're talking about, but that's all right.
That's what I'm here. See, you guys come in while I'm still here. It's like a goldfish that you keep in the bag before you release into. Yeah, you're getting the temperature right. So who's up next, guys?
Well, you're gonna bounce, and then we're gonna do another eBay auction segment, talk some cards. We're gonna bring the man himself, Probstein, on.
Oh,
put a face to the name. the old black Probstein, 1, 2, 3 bar that everyone knows. We're going to put a face to the name, and we got to talk a little cards. I agree. There's been some comments, lack of card chatter, fair game. We definitely need a little bit more from Rye on here.
I have one question, and I'll get out of here, that I need you to ask Probstein. What is the font of Probstein 1, 2, 3? Because if it's not defined, he needs to make that his Probstein font. So that would just be my one question. Yeah. All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks,
Shout
man.
out to the hobby. You guys are awesome.
Peace, Lefkoe.
Later, Adam.
Peace.
He's always a blast.
Whew. All right. Deep breath. Hey, Jay. I brought out the stumped hoodie because, Lou and I took it on the chin from Rye, in season 1. But I'm realizing you got to just bring it up a little bit because I'm like, I hunch over a little bit.
Yeah, for the people keeping track at home, I think that's the 3rd outfit change for Tyler Schmidt so far.
A big outfit guy. What can I say?
Right. Yeah, Ty, little giveaway.
A little giveaway from you.
Little giveaway. All right, so this is going to be. We got a nice one right here. A box of Donruss basketball 2020-2021. This is going to be, I believe, a YouTube winner, and it was. There's a lot of chat in here. Static. Let's see where Jay put it. Static Major. Static Major 2020 on YouTube. So feel free to reach out to Card Talk Pod on Instagram, and Jason will get you taken care of. But that box is going to Static Major 2020 on YouTube.
There's also in the comments I've been seeing. There's been question. How do we enter? How do we enter? How do we enter? If you comment, you're entered. Jay is on the back end running, pulling comments each time we give away. It starts anew. He's pulling those comments, putting them into a randomizer, spitting it out. We got a little text thread, tech on the back, and that's how it's getting delivered to us, and we're bringing it to y'all. I want to do something real quick because I do think we need some footy chatter. What do you think about Devin Booker?
Need some footy chatter immediately. Devin Booker.
I meant card chatter, not footy chatter. What's your thoughts on Devin Booker?
Ryan?
The Suns are good, and I didn't realize how good they were. That's what
you realize that unless they lost, but the Hawks were just on an 8-game win streak.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Cool. Just wanted to point that out.
But didn't they fire their coach?
I couldn't. I don't want to go that deep, but I know that Trae Young's above 500 right now.
I thought they were like the 4 seed in the East. I would love for somebody to comment. I thought they were the 4 seed in the East, fired their coach. Again, don't know. I don't follow it enough. But
well, let's do this. Rye, why don't you introduce our next guest and get into the segment?
So yes, we're going to get into our next segment. Like Tyler mentioned, this is going to be our second auction feature, again, powered by eBay. And Ty, before we get into this, I know we have to get in this. I thought it was worth mentioning. eBay marketplace on fire. We talked about the card market on fire in general, up 142% in the trading card game from 2019 to 2020. I saw they sold over 4 million more cards last year than in 2020 than in 2019. So I just wanted to mention that because it's important segue into our next guest. Like Tyler mentioned, Rick Probstein, currently the #1 seller for trading cards on eBay. And he is our next guest as we preview this auction.
Oh, some nice vaults. I was wondering if you were going to have the Dominique picture behind your set, you behind you, but vaults work too. Welcome, Rick.
How you doing?
Better
Good
now.
to see you, Rick.
So
how are you doing?
Great. Everything's good.
So Dustin, can we pull up the auction? I wanted to get into this, but Rick, beforehand, someone on our production team had mentioned. Did you play D1 football or D1? Someone mentioned you played 2 sports in college, and I thought this was pretty.
I played D. I was a soccer player growing up.
Gotcha.
So I played D1 soccer, and then I am a Mbappe. Very nice. So I know soccer very well. And then I played football. I transferred over to my school as a kicker. So most real football players would not consider a kicker a football player, but I did everything that they did. I got up at 5 o'clock in the morning for practice. I lifted all the weights. I ran all the wind sprints. I did everything. So,
don't let them tell you any different, Rick. You were 100%. Real deal.
I'll just put it out there. I didn't realize that you were a proper footy player turned field goal kicker, and I feel like I have to buy more cards from you now. But while we're on, and you say you know footy, well, can you give a quick synopsis? I'm a big proper footy guy, slightly not as big as Lou, but what have you seen in that market? It's obviously booming, but give me a little insight.
I mean, the soccer market has exploded. It's probably, everybody considers basketball to be the number one growth market, but I think statistically, if you charted the numbers, I think soccer has probably outperformed every sport and all the other verticals in the last 6 months. A primary reason is just everything was undervalued. But if you go by just popularity, is anybody more popular than Ronaldo and Messi? So there's a tremendous following, and eBay's done a great job of reaching out to the overseas market. I'm shipping every day to Poland, Yugoslavia, France, England, all over Europe, and we're shipping soccer cards. So, it's a very big and growing market.
In terms of maybe not going high end, obviously the mega cracks, the Messi rookies of the world, the Pulisic came and was like a thing. How about just something a little bit more maybe base, or is there a certain product in the footy market that you've seen kind of grab hold from a volume perspective?
I mean, I think the interesting look for people that are, kicking the tires and looking for investments in that vertical, I think you got to look at the unopened material because there's not a lot. The prism cases have dried up. There's no mega cracks product that's out there. The other item I think that's really undervalued in that vertical is Pele cards. So he is sort of like the Babe Ruth of that industry, and his greatness is what it is. I mean, he's fantastic, and his cards compared to the other greats are still very affordable. So I think that you're going to see a continued explosion with Pele cards.
So Rick, outside of soccer, the market in general has just been on an absolute tear the last 6, 12, even 18 months.
Yeah.
What would you say is the biggest change you've seen from your business in the last 12 months with this recent major explosion?
I think the number one change is just the buyer pool, the people that, have come into the industry. I have a friend who, I don't know, he's a very well-to-do guy. I think he made like 80 or 90 million, when Uber went public. He's got a lot of money, and he called me up on the phone. He's like, and he knows sports. He's like, okay, everybody in my world is talking about sports cards and how it's a great investment, and what's going on, what are the variables that I need to know and educate myself on, and those kind of investors, they speak to myself and probably 5 or 6 other people that are heading up head auction houses, and we were educating these people in terms of some of the investment opportunities, and they're most attracted to the big stuff. They want the Michael Jordan rookies, they want the Babe Ruths, they want the Mickey Mantles, they want the Lucas, that kind of stuff.
Awesome.
Anything, as we have the collection up here, different, or is there a card on here that you might have a random tidbit or story about? Dustin, if you can scroll down a little bit, let's see what we got. I just still kick myself over the fact that I had a massive Jeter poster on my wall and I never made a single play. Obviously, the Durant Chromes are good. Give a quick 2 seconds on inserts. I'm seeing the Metal Universe, Topps Finest Refractor. There's the coating. For education purposes, let's do this.
Yeah.
Some of these, the with coating, without coating. Give a quick breakdown to educate some people on what they should pay attention to if they're at a show and someone's like, it's got the coating, it doesn't got the coating. You're like, I have no idea what that means.
The start of it was really back when the early 90s, when the refractor technology came out in 1993, when it first came out, and it happened after the Tiffany sets. So the Tiffany sets were really the first thing where you had it was a card that had some shine to it. That was level 1. And then level 2 is they thought about, okay, we got to make these limited more than just making it limited. So a serial number. So the Tiffany sets were the first to put a serial number on the bottom of the sets. So whenever you see a Tiffany set posted, people want to see the bottom of it because they want to see the number. And then that concept, as the technology got better in the 90s, sort of took off. And then they came out with the concept of adding jersey cards to the cards. And then they added autographs. So, In 97, you have Jordan's first jersey card. Now his rookie card, as we all know, is, if we're going to go with Fleer, is 86 Fleer. But his first card with the jersey on is 1997. And then once they figured out the game, now we all want the RPA. Oh, that one? How about that one?
Yeah, fair.
You want to go there? Or we'll go card for card.
No, I don't want to go card for card with you, Rick.
How about-
Yeah,
how about-
Rick's
that's
something
not
I want to
the
get into.
How about 4 of them without doing
Oh
time?
my God, this guy.
Okay.
I messed
So
up
if you want to put
royally.
down your cards, I'll put down my cards.
I lose.
We can play poker anytime. That was today's mail, by the way. They're just sitting here. I have to process.
Yeah, Rick, could you give me some, like a card, either anything off the top of your head, the craziest card that's ever come across your desk from like a randomness standpoint. If you don't have anything, I don't want to put you on the spot, like anything recently that's come across that like really piqued your interest from not necessarily a value standpoint, because obviously we know what the most expensive cards are, but like rare or different.
That's a good question. I mean, first of all, it's hard for me to get really excited because I'm swimming in this stuff all day.
Sure.
Even when I get like a one-on-one card, it could be anything. It still doesn't really get me so excited. In terms of rare, I mean, the rarest thing I've actually ever sold on eBay in terms of watchers was a kaleidoscope.
Interesting.
It was handmade by some dude, and my phone was blown up. I got like 35 calls in a minute asking me if I would sell it offline. And I'm like, what the hell is this item? And it was a handmade kaleidoscope. It went crazy. I mean, I actually found that interesting.
I agree. That is. I can get
more
behind
so than
that.
any sports card we ever had was a kaleidoscope. So
Kaleidoscope market. Be careful. All right, Rick. I'm getting feverishly texted that I've fallen behind schedule, and we're going to keep it moving. I appreciate you coming on. I really enjoy putting a face to the name. If you shop on eBay, you've come across the black bar with the font with the text. I also have heard stories of your work ethic and who you are as a human, and keep doing your thing. We appreciate you being a major part of all that's happening.
you guys are doing a great job. I appreciate you helping the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, man. All the best.
All right, so our next guest is a friend of the show, someone we've had on before, current quarterbacks coach for the Kansas City Chiefs, my guy, Mike Kafka.
Hey, guys.
Oh,
Mike.
Legend.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming.
I'm in the office right now, so don't be taking pictures of my back from the walls or anything like that.
Hell yeah. How you been? Life's good?
Great. Yeah, doing great, man.
Good stuff. When we were first getting into the show, we're like putting guest lists together, and we're like, you think we can get Kafka to come on? Like, Rye, I think you know him. Didn't you do a deal with him one time? And I just appreciated getting to know you and spending time and hanging out. What's in the card world, because you are not, okay, yes, you are Pat Mahomes' quarterback coach. We know, we get it. But what's going on in the card world?
For me, well, really, during the season, I take a pretty good time off. I try to, separate that part of it and kind of keep it fun off-season project. So that's primarily, but now that it's the off season, I got some studies, I got a bunch of work to do, just catching up from the playoff run. But, I like keeping in touch. I watch you guys, watching the card talk, making sure I'm updated on all what's going on in the business.
So you tune in for the information from Ryan and the bad jokes from me, and then Lou's haircut.
Exactly.
Anything? Scroll down a little. I really should make an Austin Matthews play at some point, but to keep this to card stuff, do you have any hockey stuff in your collection?
I don't right now. I bought this. Me and my dad bought this lot out in New York, like a huge lot of a bunch of rookies, and they're mostly like 80s and 90s, but we're looking through them now. I mean, it's probably like 10,000 cards. Hockey, I know nothing about it. But I probably need to start looking through that stuff. And that'll be a good weekend project.
We'll take advantage of you here a little bit.
Yep.
Coming in because you spent a lot of time watching film, presumably.
Yep.
Young, up and coming quarterback skill position player to keep an eye on.
Oh yeah, for sure. Let me see here. Let me get my list of what I had.
He's got the list.
Oh, you know what? Here's one that I thought was interesting. I just did the Ian Book kid from Notre Dame. He's got a nice he does a nice job, man. I like them. I like them slinging it around. So I'll be interested to see how a lot of these quarterbacks, as the process goes along, get to meet them a little bit, get on some calls with them. That's such a big part of the quarterback position is really, how they interact with not just coaches but the players, how they fit in the room, kind of how they carry themselves on and off the field. But the skill set, that's so everyone's so close. The difference between the top 10 quarterbacks is very, very small. So you're always trying to find that little edge on what separates a kid. So there's a bunch of really talented players out there. I thought I was just took the first name I saw, but Ian Book has done some nice stuff.
What about your Northwestern Wildcats? Anybody in this year's draft class you're looking forward to?
Yeah, they got a big left tackle that's coming out. I think he'll be a top guy, first round guy.
Awesome.
So yeah, we Northwestern's done a great job of developing those type of guys, but yeah, I think they got some guys coming out.
Big Ten football, baby. Gotta love it.
That's right.
Mike, we appreciate you stopping by. Gonna make up a touch of time here and appreciate you being an early guest, an early believer in what we're doing in Card Talk. It meant a lot.
A great job, man.
Thank you, man.
Talk
We'll
soon.
see you soon. All right. All the best with the off season.
See ya.
All right. Okay.
Peace. Sweet. All right. I don't Jackson, you there? I'm looking in the background a little bit. I'm seeing the dark. I know you had to wait. Boom. I see the mic just switched. Maybe his camera will come on. I don't want to throw him in here if his camera's not on. But we have Jackson Hayes set to come on here next. I'm waiting on the camera. While we're at it, Rye, what's the hottest card moving in your shop right now?
I would have said a lot of people asking for LaMelo Ball pre-injury. To me, I still think it's Burrow. I just still think the hometown boy, right? I think that's what people are looking for is still Joe Burrow stuff. But I think it's a lot of what we talked about in Card Talk the last couple months, right? You're still the interest in soccer cards, the interest in Pokemon, right? You saw Panini drop the preview today for UFC. Like that stuff looks crazy. So a little bit of the not so common stuff.
Love it. Jackson, what up, my man?
What's up, y'all?
How we doing? We appreciate you joining. Sorry you were waiting there a little bit in the background.
Of course. I'm actually on my way to go Corona test right now.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All the best. Sending positive energy your way on all that. You come from a family of professional athletes. So you were around the sports in general. Did that have a major impact on your drive and becoming a professional athlete yourself?
Most definitely. My dad played professional sports. My mom was an All-American in college, college coach. And so I just kind of always grew up around it, and they were always my coaches. And they always just kind of helped me. So, like, I mean, I never, like, kind of questioned, like, if I wanted to not play sports.
Hell yeah. I saw in a video that you collected your dad a little bit.
Yeah.
You collect yourself?
Yeah, I have a few of myself. I have more of my dad than myself. I try to collect as many of my dad's cards as I can.
What about any of your teammates, anybody you've played against that you think is going to be good, anything like that, or is it just you and Dad?
I got like one of each rookie in my class. We all got a box of each rookie, like assigned each rookie card. And then awesome. I also have a few extra ones of Zion and Nikhil.
Fire. Who is the most slept on player in your class?
Most slept on player in my class. Me.
Hell yeah. What obviously in the last 2 weeks you had a massive moment kind of social media wise, yammed on some dude. What's that like post game open your phone moment like?
It's a lot of texts and a lot of DMs. Everyone just like kind of sending me the video.
Do you go to eBay and check if your card prices went up?
No, I did not. If I'm keeping it real with you guys, I did not. I'll check though. I didn't check those games, but I actually checked last night because I like just a better stat-wise game. Just check every once in a while because my friends, one of my friends is a big collector, so he'll always kind of keep me updated, and so he'll just kind of send it to me. And I actually checked it last night.
That's awesome.
Lou, you got anything?
Obviously, I think a lot of people in the car community know you for jumping in on a couple breaks every now and again. Have you been breaking recently or no?
I have not. I've been slacking lately. I've just been really locked in on the season, just because everything's so crazy and we're playing so often right now. I have not been able to get to any.
Hell yeah!
Hopefully, once the season gets done, though, I will.
Hell yeah!
Well, look, we appreciate you joining. All the best with the test, sending good energy, and there's a lot of action going on down there. Keep doing your thing, and we're excited for playoffs to start coming. That little play-in tourney is going to be interesting, and I'm keeping an eye on your cards on eBay. That's for sure.
Oh, appreciate it.
Thank
you guys for having me.
Later, Jax.
Peace.
All right, you guys have a good one. Peace.
All right, we got some heat in backstage right now for sure. I hope everyone's comfy, hanging out backstage. Rye, I'll let you take the lead here.
Yeah, so I think we're going to hold off on the giveaway. We've got one coming soon, so stay tuned for that. But now we're going to what?
Get in the comments if you want to win the giveaway.
Yep, get in the comments. There's still time on that. But I think we're going to bring Gary back on, talk with Gary. He's going to bring someone else on, and we're going to ask Gary a couple questions.
The first thing I realized is, well, I see what Josh is on right now, so I'm excited about that. Josh, great to have you on. Get to you in a second. But I don't think I realized how much Tyler said, hell yeah. And then Lou just jumped into one, and I'm starting a huge meme on Twitter right now about this. Like, this hell yeah thing is completely out of control, and I think you got a problem.
Hell yeah and interesting have become very primary.
Interesting's fine because that's in our core group. I would understand, but this hell yeah, I mean, literally everyone's like, I liked rebounding, and Tyler's like, hell yeah, and they're like, yo, I collect my own cards, and he's like, hell yeah. Guy's like, yo, I'm getting COVID tests. He's like, hell yeah. Like the hell yeah is like real up in here.
All right, well, yeah. I mean, just because you're not saying hell yeah yet, like give it a couple minutes. And
by the way, Lou knows me so well since I've known him since he was 5, excuse me. He knows that the reason I'm upset about this is not something I originated.
Correct.
And I don't understand.
Exactly right.
I don't understand why it's caught on. And so I'm obnoxiously upset about this.
Josh, just give us a couple hell yeahs and then get Gary really going, and then we'll get into it.
Josh, just make one hell yeah TikTok, and then I'll be dead for life. Anyway.
Easy.
Josh, let's go right into that. So, obviously the TikTok platform has been substantial for your career. You and your crew have done a really good job as youngsters, in my opinion, to expand your entrepreneurial ventures, and you've been doing a lot of moves. You and I spoke a couple months ago, and it's very apparent to me that TikTok is there for the taking. And you, in that kind of ecosystem of, like, call it the real 17 to 22-year-olds that have a lot of heat, have a lot of followers. Obviously, at that age, there's going to be a lot of the young adolescence life of, like, being cool and girls and all that. But nobody has really taken that spot. And you specifically of that crew seem to be more into sports than a lot of your crew. So let's just start with that foundation. Where are you on sports life? What are you into? Who are you about? All that shit.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's like I'm in March Madness, so I'm watching that like every single day.
But real quick, your bracket. Correct me if I'm wrong. My bracket, for example, looks like someone had diarrhea, put it in a bag, lit it on fire, threw it from the top of a building, truck ran over it, they came back down, lit it on fire, and took another shit on it. That's what my bracket looks like.
You're right.
Yours?
Yeah, it's not much better. It's really not that much better. Like
Hell yeah.
I have Syracuse winning though, so I'm still
okay.
alive. I'm still like I'm able to have one nice pick, but like when Gonzaga won the other day or lost the other day, that messed me up.
Gonzaga's still in it, please God.
No, I think didn't they just?
No. They definitely.
What do you? Are you talking about
Illinois?
Illinois
lost.
I swear. Okay, maybe I'm just like.
Josh,
look, you took an 11 seed to win it. We got it.
Josh, I just hyped you as the most knowledgeable sports guy on TikTok, and you
apparently-
dropped Gonzaga is out of the tournament. You're killing me.
Yeah, well, I don't.
Anyway, let's just.
How about hockey?
Yeah,
though,
Josh.
Because I'm hot on hockey.
Yeah, so I think that the biggest thing right now too is with this rights deal that we're seeing, where NHL obviously just sold their rights to ESPN and everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna just grow in the USA. Like the cards, the value of the cards are about to, I think, just boom. I've been talking a lot with actually a fellow Sway boy, Anthony. He's really into the card scene too, and he's really into like Pokemon specifically. But I've been getting him to come with me and start getting these like 2015-16 Upper Deck packs. A couple of like trying to get McDavid, a couple of the newer packs as well. Trying to get like the Matthews or the Marners of the world. So definitely looking into the hockey big time.
It's funny with me with hockey. It's funny. I looked back at some of my yearbooks, and like there's more references to the New York Rangers than there are to the New York Jets. That's how big into hockey I was. Look, everything. Like I just had Nicole from eBay on. Tennis, wrestling, everything's playing. Everything's gone up. But like when you think about how all time McDavid is and how hot the hobby is, it'll be interesting. And I agree with you, Josh. The hockey rights deal to ESPN really does matter, because what ESPN does is when they get rights, then they just start putting it into SportsCenter and Top 10 and all their content.
So in SportsCenter, like they do 2 minutes of highlights for hockey. Max.
Yeah, as soon as they got the World Cup 12 years ago, 16 years ago, all of a sudden fucking Rooney, the bald dude from England, was on Top 10. And I was like, okay, they're playing their game. And so I think there's some truth to that. What, from a perspective of being in kind of that coastal emerging youth, help some of the people that are deep watching this, deep in it, on the fringes of the youth culture, has cards become more topic of conversation?
Absolutely. I mean, when I've started even just pulling them on my Twitch streams. So like I'll be Twitch streaming now, and I'm starting to see even people come in from my streams and they're like, oh wait, Josh is into card collecting. Like they didn't even know that it was my thing, but they're fans of me and they're into it as well. So it's like, I'm starting to actually have this weird relationship with fans where they're like even teaching me on cards, because some are just farther than I am. But it's like, it's been this super cool, just change, because before I was always like the pro at what I was doing on social media, right? It was the like TikToking, whatever. And then now it's like stepping into this field. There's a lot of fans that are telling me like, you don't even realize what card you just pulled. Like you got to make sure you keep this. This is going to go up. So it's been really cool.
And what, you're still young, but even going back 10, 12, 13 years ago, did you collect anything growing up?
Oh yeah. I was big into hockey. I mean, that's what I probably had.
And Josh, where are you from? So everybody has the context geographically around the hockey thing.
Yeah, so I'm from outside of Toronto, really small town called Cobourg, about an hour and a half east.
That just helped all the Americans say, "Oh, now that makes sense."
Hockey. Yeah, they're like, "Oh, that's why you care about that sport."
100%. Ryan, what do you see? You're like in the day to day of all this. What's been your perception on the hockey movement?
Yeah, I agree with you. Like with McDavid, right? Going to be an all-time type guy. I think there's still value there on guys like Crosby, Ovechkin, guys that have won and have played for so long. It's from my understanding, I'm not in the hockey market all the time, but Ovechkin's got to be pretty close to Gretzky's all-time goal record. Like that's going to happen. And I just think historically that's going to matter, and that's going to play out long-term, that these guys are just going to be, top 5 all time, and their stuff seems like kind of like a value there. If
Ryan, this, I remember 3 years ago when I started really, really, really going deep. Yeah. I remember thinking that I wanted to go to the Toronto sports card show because that was a legit show.
I remember.
Remember that, Lou? That was the first one I almost went to, actually.
Go.
And everyone's like, it's too much hockey. And I was like, I don't give a fuck. I know a lot about hockey. Like, Lou, remember that first collection I bought? I had like 500 Brian Leach rookie cards. I was all fired up. Josh, you were going to say something?
No. I was just agreeing with almost.
Got it. Go ahead, Ryan.
I have a good question here. This is important. Josh is on a podcast with Portnoy. So, Josh, if you had to keep one rookie card and only one rookie card for the next decade, are you keeping Gary Vaynerchuk or Dave Portnoy?
Oh, wow.
That's tough.
That's
only one.
Jesus.
This is really tough for Josh.
Yeah, this is crazy. I think I'm gonna. I think I have to side with my BFF, right? Like I can't not. Hey, it's the
Josh,
pause.
No, listen, Josh. It was great having you on the show. We wish you a ton of success in the future.
And Gary's never gonna talk to me again. He's losing my number.
No,
after
listen.
this.
Listen. By the way, on the record, I have a lot of respect for Portnoy, and I think what he's built and like how he rolls, and like I genuinely like him and cheer for him. Let there be no confusion. When this is all said and done, he's not even going to be in my stratosphere.
All right.
Just so you know.
Dave has one of the elite Allen and Ginter patches, Ryan. On the low, one of the elite ones.
I love that.
So I know Josh said he has to run. So Josh, we certainly appreciate you coming on.
Josh, love you, bro. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep pushing.
Thank you for having me, guys. It was great.
Of course,
talking.
man. Stay well.
man.
Josh.
I really like Josh. He's smart, right? He's in that hot seat. Ryan put him in a hot seat right there. And he's smart because he knows he doesn't want that clip to show up on his show next week.
Yeah,
because I'm sweeter than Dave. Dave will drill him. I'm a little more. I'm a little sweetie compared. And so
So Gary, Ty, Lou, and I talked yesterday. We got to ask you on air. What are the Jets going to do it to?
What are the Jets going to do at number 2? I don't know. And I don't really. It's really funny. I adore Joe Douglas, and I'm very confident in him. I have a lot of empathy. Like, I'm very convicted, and things are very easy for me from a decision-making standpoint. I think Joe's in a really shitty spot. Like, this is a really tricky spot. Like, so much broke to put him in this tricky spot. At 1, it would have been so easy for him to go with Lawrence. It's the reset. I don't know what happened with, this is crazy. You have Deshaun Watson and Russell Wilson in limbo-ish. You have the 2 pick. You have a quarterback that's younger than, he's like Joe Burrow's son. I know you love Burrow so much, Ryan. Like, Sam's younger than Burrow. He's played with like 160 different players in his 3 years. I laugh at people when did anybody watch the Super Bowl and see what happened with the great Patrick Mahomes when there was a little shift in their offensive line? The iconic greatest baby goat that has ever been seen of baby goats with a little shift in offensive line. That happens to fucking Sam Darnold in every game of his career, and he doesn't have fucking Tyreek Hill and everybody. So I think people are very bad at understanding circumstances, right? And you look at what happened with Tannehill, right? Yeah. And so, I still believe that it's crazy to say Sia locked in Sam Darnold can't play in this league. And so I don't know what they do at 2. I think with a quarterback draft like this, you could get a haul. They've already got 2 picks. You imagine they grab another. They get 3 number 1s for the number 2 if they go back 17, a future 2. There's a lot they can do. Me personally, so I don't know what they're going to do. I have no fucking clue. There's still a little free agency left, but now we're locked in enough where you can make a decision. Me personally, I trade back and I get 4 to 5 substantial top 40 picks and build around Sam. You've given him a little something now with Cole and Corey Davis. You build up the line. You'll have 3 first-round picks in this draft. Be careful. Becton and Mims were very productive for first and second round picks last year. So you got to give Joe the benefit of the doubt of his actual first draft being solid-ish. It's early on both guys. but Becton's a fucking beast. And so we'll see.
So we're not giving up on Sam Prisms yet, is what you're saying?
Listen, you know where I sit on Sam. You know, obviously I'm emotionally like attached because I'm friendly with him, but like I think it's crazy. Forget about just be logical. It's crazy to think you can evaluate Sam Darnold off of what he's dealt with in his first 3 seasons. It's crazy. And I think, you know, it's just crazy that Gaze really underperformed in New York at an extreme level, obviously, right? And he came from Miami where you gave him the benefit of doubt of some injuries. But then when you see what Tannehill did, like, you know, and I don't know. I think everybody makes hot takes real too fast. And I just think that I'm a big fan of the Corey Davis signing. Like, and I think, I don't know. I think it'll be interesting. You know, somebody just said USC quarterbacks are meh. And I understand that given the recent history, but everyone said Duke players couldn't be good in the NBA. Like, you know, like Duke players didn't play in the NBA when I was a kid your age, right? Until they can, until some, you know, so like
it's like the Jets picking up Penn State players.
That video you have to share sometime. My computer's going to die. Am I done with my slot here?
Yep.
You're done. You'll be back later, though.
Yes.
I've got many, everybody,
Yeah,
I hope you've been
you got some
enjoying
more
the show.
action coming your
I've
way.
got plenty more coming up. So see you guys
Bye,
later.
Gary.
Thank
Love
man.
you.
Bye. Love you more. Bye, everyone.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
That is definitely getting made into a t-shirt.
Yeah, we definitely need the hell yeah tee. Cool. All right. Breath real quick. Someone in the comments hit me with a little like stand up, do a quick spin move and sit down if you're reading the comments. So that was my little play there.
We have what you were doing there.
Well, I'm dialed into the comments. Listen. We got a giveaway. We got a real quick giveaway, and then we got 2 epic guests coming on for another pack war. Rye, we're gonna need you to give a little breakdown on what the product is. And can we set the stage real quick? Are we doing serial number? Or are we following Lou's weird rules?
Serial numbers, what normal people do.
Okay. Whatever. We'll do serial number.
Hell yeah. All right. So
giveaway.
I'm gonna lead this giveaway. This is my giveaway here, right? This is from our good friends at Panini. Panini blessed us with some product for giveaways currently. We also got some giveaways, certain ones from eBay. After this, we're doing an IG Live after party, and then there's the after party. But during the after party, we're giving this bad boy away. It's gonna be given away on IG Live.
Ryan is so taken aback by that giveaway.
And Card Talk hosts win.
No.
Nope. Nor producers.
After attacking
Jason.
the serial number thing.
And then we got some other product, but we're gonna give this one away. This is EPL Prism. Gary really came at Wayne Rooney's neck for absolutely no reason, but all right, okay. The winner of the EPL Prism is from Twitch user DC Sports Cards with a Z. I'm surprised someone from the Card Collector 2 coaching tree hasn't won some yet, but DC Sports Cards, that's all you. Then we got Pack Wars. We're heading over to Pack Wars.
Do it.
Again, product brought to you by Panini. IG Live giveaways later. And what are we ripping here?
Absolute Basketball. This actually just dropped today. This is some fresh new basketball product from Panini. You've got 2 individual packs inside of here. I believe you're looking for 2 autos, 2 jerseys, 2 autos. It should say right on the front, Ty. 2 autos, 2 jerseys.
Yep.
2 autos, 2 memorabilia cards. What are these retail for, right?
Right around I'd have to check, $479 to $499, right around the $500 mark per box.
And what is Cassius and I going to pull out of here?
You're looking for LaMelo Ball patch auto, Anthony Edwards auto. So in the past, they've put Kabooms in here. I don't know if Kaboom is in this or if it's in a different release this year.
It would it would say it on the box, right?
Can someone spam in the chat with the answer?
So I'm not sure if Kabooms are in this one. I haven't seen anything about it, so I'm assuming not. But this is going to you're still at this point looking for LaMelo.
Beautiful.
All right.
Let's bring our guests on.
We're doing 1 pack, right? Only?
No, both. Both.
Okay.
Both.
Great. I can't wait.
Lowest number on the left.
Lowest number on the left.
All right, I'm out.
Which is what we just did, but whatever. Anyway.
No, we did lowest serial number, and it was weird.
Great.
Let's bring on Cassius and our friend Buster.
Let's
Yo,
go,
yo.
boys.
What's up,
Yo,
boys?
what's good?
What's going on, gentlemen? Tyler, that spin move was very underrated.
My God, paying attention.
I like that. I like that.
Cassius, I'll start with you real quick. Professional football player on a team from Pennsylvania, but I really just want to talk about your love affair for what I believe Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, no doubt.
How'd that start?
Man, I've been started since I was a kid. I was into Pokemon like everybody as a kid, like real young on the, Game Boy games and trying to collect cards, whatever cards I could. I grew up broke, so I didn't have much. And then I got to Yu-Gi-Oh! And then basically, long story short, I went to a local store in my city looking for Yu-Gi-Oh! They only had Magic, and then I got into Magic, and that was pretty much it, man. So
is Magic like like Pokemon? Yeah, I feel like the rugged kids more maybe in tune. Like Pokemon was a little mass market. Like when you really get into things, are there more nuances to the competitive side of Magic that like really allow you to go deep?
Yeah, dude. I mean, Magic is super intricate and very interactive. It's like a ton of game theory, and I mean, you really have to be intelligent to be good at the game. And there's a ton of value. There's been a ton of value on Magic cards for like the longest time. So where Pokemon's kind of exploded just now, Magic cards have been appreciating, just as fast as gold, if not faster, for like the last 10 plus years. So I mean, I love the game. I'm super into it because for multiple reasons. But yeah, man, it's pretty amazing, bro.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. Well, you're my damn. Now I'm gonna be like,
can't help it.
Yeah, bro.
But you're my teammate, so we got our vibes. Lou, you introduce your friend.
Yeah, listen. When you think about someone like Buster, you think about someone who's like a low key legend. And I'm just thrilled that I can go for the sweep here with my man Buster.
Wow.
Buster, I want you to be aware, and Cassius as well. Your teammate thought he was going to win, right? We set out very clear rules earlier, right? It was like, all right, last number, card number is the winner, blah, 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 right? We open it, I win, and then it's complaints. So I just want to make it clear going into this, last card number on the left will be the winner of each pack, correct?
Last card number on the left.
What does that even mean?
Basically.
So you can't even explain it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, breaks the rules, like makes it mad confusing and stuff. And then he pulls a snatch, scratch, and sniff, and he's like, I won. Like, what are we talking about?
I thought we went on like value of the biggest hit in the pack. That's how we do pack wars here at Cash Cards.
So what I like though is that I like if you take the better stuff. Like if you take the win, because if you go high value, that means you're taking the worst cards. I like having the ability to, even if you pull the skunk, you can take the good stuff.
That's an interesting standpoint.
All right.
You know what I mean? Because then I feel like, all right, we're really gambling. It's like when you're at the blackjack table, you pull 2 10s, you're feeling good. Dealer's got a 6. All of a sudden you get smoked out by like a lot of math, and they got 21, and there goes your $100. Like, what happened?
Yeah. Okay.
So we're going by the lowest number of the card in the set, or
all the cards, to my understanding, we're guaranteed numbered cards. There's going to be 2 packs of cards in here, 5 cards in each pack, to my understanding. I got that information from Ryan. There will be numbered cards on here. So of 99, of 50, whatever.
Oh,
the left side number closest to 0. So 1 of 99 beats 2 of 5.
Oh, okay.
Make sense?
Yeah. No, I
It's
understand.
gonna be fun. I'm
fired
excited.
up.
All right, I
Good
understand.
All right, we got to do the old like technical, switch the camera.
Switcheroo.
We're in the mix.
So Tyler, you're my teammate here?
No.
Oh, Lou.
No. That's my
Buster,
guy.
I'm 1-0. Trust.
Damn, Lou, you already got sold under the bus. I mean,
I know. What else?
I'm trusting the process here, Lou.
Let's finish. Lou, you got to rip first though.
Okay. I'm ready.
So we can also talk about production value. I'm way superior, but that's all right.
Top notch.
That's a fact. All right, we're doing the.
I think Lou has slightly better lighting.
You like that? Puff?
Although the angle there's true
Listen,
debate
I'm
there.
not a professional breaker, so I'm just doing what I can.
All right, we got these joints.
We're talking setup wise. Like I'm killing all you guys.
Yeah. All right. Listen, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. All right.
All right.
You going blue or green first, bro?
I'm going blue.
Interesting. We're going green. What do you got?
Let's go.
This is a lot of packaging. I'm just gonna be honest with you guys.
That is pretty deep.
It's like pack inside a pack.
All right, you show the front because you don't want to show the back because then they show the 2 cards immediately. What do you got?
Cam Reddish. Dame.
Oh, interesting.
Brandon Ingram.
That's interesting.
That
That's
is.
numbered to 5. That's an out of 5.
Is that 5 of 5?
Oh,
Pretty,
that's
5 of 5.
Pretty good
You may,
number.
have heard of, you may have heard of Gary Vaynerchuk. He loves the number 5. And then we have a
Ooh. Is that Cole Anthony? Very nice.
Tools of the Trade, Cole Anthony, and then a
Some of his top
number card as well.
So your lowest is 5, right?
My lowest is 5. That is correct.
That's
All right. Here we go here. It's game time. We got Tyrese Maxey. Man, I get a lot of chatter because I'm not big on this guy, but we share the same name. Tyler Hero. No number yet. Boom. This is it. Number? No dice?
Not numbered.
No
That's
dice?
huge for us, Bust.
That's
Hear
a good start.
RJ Hampton. Still no number.
There's a 1 of 1.
So does no number win? Because
We got O of 18. 18 of 99.
So,
De'Aaron Fox. But hold on, this isn't done. You still get the second pack.
but that pack is the winner.
No. This is an overall game, Lou.
Oh, it's a
Yeah, this is both packs. This is one box. It's one box.
All right.
And like,
All right.
We're going all or
you
nothing.
can't finish
here.
one though, yo. Like, you win or you
I
lose.
win that pack. I mean, that seems
No,
fair
you
to me.
don't, bro. Because then what if we win this pack? And you tell you what it was, a
Then
tie?
it's a tie? Yeah, there's no
Like, come on.
tie.
Yeah, get a grip.
Well, if you win this pack, it is a tie.
5 is a good start though, Lou. But we need
Debatable start.
we need a low 1, 2, or 3.
Y'all are
Just gonna rip
finished.
this one out.
Y'all are super finished.
Tyler, you're wildly confident for a very poor start.
Damn, crushed me.
Listen,
get some
don't let him get in your head, bro. Don't let him bother you, bro.
Facts.
You're gonna
Facts.
execute, bro. I got
Pulling
confidence.
a lot of Cole Anthony over here.
We like Cole
D Rose.
from New York.
T Rose. Ooh,
Nurkic. What's the number?
It is not numbered.
Brutal. Brutal.
Xavier Tillman, not
No
numbered.
number.
Numbered? All right, we need a low number for this last one.
That is number
Nope.
66.
66. All right, we're looking to beat 5
Go.
here.
Here
We're
we
looking
go.
to beat 5 here.
This is going to be close, Lou. It's going to come down to the wire here.
I'm honestly so confident. It's actually crazy.
I'm calling it 3 right now.
Yeah, I feel that. Let's go.
I'm feeling
I
it.
hope you pull a 6.
I would be devastated. I would be crushed. Just wait till I pull a 5 and we got to make up more rules on the spot.
Oh
All right.
my God.
CJ Ellaby.
Pulls a 44.
No dice. Obi Toppin.
We love him.
No dice. Ooh, interesting.
Bam.
Bam. Still
Shot
no
number.
dice.
No
Not
number.
numbered. He's got
Here's
2
the
shots.
one.
Cole Anthony, RPA here.
Tool of the trade.
That's what I got.
I
Super
see 3
number.
digits there. I see
198.
3
Let's go,
digits.
Bust.
God, I'm never gonna live this down. Kyrie, 7 of 99.
No!
Damn it.
Let's
Let's
go.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Woo.
7 is my favorite number, though. I'm not gonna lie.
I would have bet that we would have won with the 7. Also, I always wanted to do this because I'm a big blackjack guy. When they switch dealers and they be like, all right, we're all good here. Lou, you didn't do that, so I think you're out. DQ, we win. You had a couple
Disqualification.
Yeah.
Just another in the line of excuses. Another W for me.
Is
We
this,
wrap it up.
This is the official review. You got one review per game.
Exactly. Yeah, they're going to the camera. Looks like Lou pulled his cards off screen. Actually, I saw it. I
don't trust it. I don't trust it.
Look, we appreciate you guys coming on, Buster. You've been a long time friend of kind of the Vayner world, the Vayner family, and watching you do your thing has been absolutely amazing. Cashes, I see you making the rounds and hitting things on the Magic stuff and kind of having your own business and whatnot. Give us each one quick hot card take what's the most pressing thing on your mind about all things cards? Cash is first, my teammate.
Most pressing things about all things cards. Wow, that's a phenomenal question. Well, I'll just go based on Magic, man. I think that Magic is in its infancy right now. I don't know if you guys saw, but Black Lotus sold for $1 million recently, and I think that these cards are going to start exploding because there's a national, like worldwide, network and community for it. They've got like they've got a pro league, they've got a Hall of Fame. There's a lot behind Magic the Gathering, and people actually play this game day in and day out. So I think my first card fact would be Magic the Gathering, look out, it's going to blow up. And then my second would be watch out for trading cards that are also backed by NFTs. I'd say NFTs, I personally co-founded an NFT company called Owner, and I can attest to the fact that like this is just the beginning stages of NFTs. You guys have already seen like the $69 million one and all the other crazy numbers, man. But I think NFTs tied to trading cards is going to be something that happens here in the future soon.
I couldn't agree more, and I think understanding also how it impacts the game, like because Magic, these things were built and based off of a competitive gameplay, and I think once you layer the digital ownership of it, it's a whole new world of gameplay that can be built and self-sustaining economies within game and whatnot. It's definitely going to get bonkers.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Buster?
I think the NFT side of things is, and the further development of that is inevitable. But where I'll take this is, I love Luka Doncic rookies. I have some of them, but I like the cards that you could put in a museum and everybody of all ages goes, whoa, that's crazy. So I think history, and Lou knows where I'm going with this, but I think history is going to get even more and more and more cared about. I just happen to have this here. This is signed by Abraham Lincoln.
Just so light.
I just happen to have it here. And I think that things like, historical stuff, and now NFTs are that new history, but old history as well, are going to be some of the bigger plays in the coming years.
Caught me off guard with that one, though. That was good. I like that.
Yeah, Buster be playing the game.
The auto game, presidential auto game.
No doubt.
Cool. Well, we appreciate you boys coming along. Again, Lou's going to make sure that you get your cards, Buster. That's on your teammate.
Thanks, Lou. I appreciate it.
2-0.
Damn it, bro.
Cassius, good rocking with you.
You know who to come to next time. You know what I'm saying, Cash?
Yeah, I got you, bro.
You got the
Thanks,
cold.
guys.
Yeah.
Peace.
Oh, there she was. I was just going to say we're 10 minutes behind and I'm getting yelled at, but we'll catch up. We're getting there. We got two epic guests getting ready to come one by one. Enter Ryan, but I want to bring our next guest to the stage. Lou, Ryan. Okay, you're telling me to hold on.
Pause for 1 second. Ryan, please put some respect on my name as a 2-0 Pack World Champion of Card Talk Live.
Like 2-0 with an asterisk.
Thank you.
It's unbelievable the disrespect I get on this show. Unbelievable.
I mean, you made a rule about like a set for the first one.
I didn't make up a rule. Whatever. We're moving on.
Let's bring Sam on.
Hey guys.
Hey, Sam.
Let's go, Sam.
Sam, how are you?
How we doing?
Hey. It's been cool. It's been cool.
I appreciate it. We met in Dallas 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And got to know each other a little bit. And I just have a lot of respect for what you're up to, what you're doing. I believe you came solo, and I saw you just walking the floor, getting in the mix. Give me a little bit of your Dallas takeaways.
Yeah. So Dallas, it was a good time. I think my biggest takeaway, honestly, was, maybe I didn't pick up all the cards that I wanted to or whatnot, but I met some people that I'm like still in contact with today. So I think, the biggest thing for me was that community that you can go in and you meet these people. You see them online, you see their Instagram handle, but then you're actually there and you meet them. So that's always a cool experience.
Absolutely. And I think that's a thing that's often overlooked about the card show aspect is is the community part of it, right? Like I'm sure you guys saw it. I know Tyler and Lou saw it. We posted on Instagram, like the 2 a.m. and the whole entire hotel lobby is full of people. So being able to interact with people and, you know, put name to face is great. So I couldn't agree more with that.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Speaking of community, I'd love for you to talk a little bit and what we linked on, and I'm excited as someone that's kind of building 1:37 p.m. and thinking about community a lot. You've kind of launched your own project and platform. Can you talk about it a little bit?
Yeah, of course. So as mentioned, I have been working on Women of the Hobby, so the Instagram page, and thank you all for sharing that. It's been super helpful. I've had a lot of support from a lot of big people in the hobby, so it's been awesome. But in terms of the actual kind of goals with Women of the Hobby, it's really just to promote the women in the hobby and get that visibility out there of, you know, we're here, we're growing as well. I think that's another interesting topic, is the amount of women who could potentially get into the hobby, and what that would mean for the market as a whole. So I think that's super interesting. And then yeah, so that's kind of the main goal right now. I'm just interviewing some certain people that I know and have connected with on Instagram, but I'm looking to build it out further for sure. Just getting more content out there about women, and just bringing that community for other females. I think also I personally gained from it just like getting my own confidence. So being confident in the things that I like and that interest me. So I think this is, in a way, I'm personally gaining from it too.
That's great.
Yeah, I super get that as someone who was like, the funny part about working on Gary's team is that you are constantly surrounded by a camera at all hours of the day. And as someone who was like, do not put me on camera ever, to now being on a podcast every week on camera is a very funny transition. So I super get that for you.
We talk
yeah,
about
definitely.
a lot. We say reps matter, right? Like you got to be in the game doing it, whatever it might be. And the more you do it, even if it's subconsciously, you're just going to pick up that confidence and feel it. Is there, give us.
Yeah,
before,
I mean, I would say,
You
sorry,
go,
I was
you
going to say,
go.
like, I mean, if people know me, like, I'm a pretty shy person. Like, I don't really, like, I'm to myself, pretty shy, you know, always just not talking too much. But so for me to go out and kind of like, you know, message these people like, hey, you just want to like talk to me about cards and we'll put it on YouTube type of thing. So yeah, I mean, it's an experience that like I said, it's a confidence booster for me. And then also just in terms of the skills that you gain, you know, meeting other people, networking, talking about, oh, like real life, what do you do for work, that type of thing. So for sure.
I was going to say, and I completely agree. I think, and even this next guest, just the connections. I know a lot of people that have reconnected with old friends over maybe a team that they followed, and they're in chats and doing some investing together. I think a lot of father sons have reconnected over this stuff, which I think is cool. And I just before we go, give us one hot take. Give us your what are you keeping an eye on? What are you looking to pick up, or your sneaky play?
My sneaky play. So I've kind of alluded to it a few times, but I think the Olympics, I think that's actually going to be a big point for some of these alternative sports. You know, you maybe only watch the track meet every 4 years, but I think some track stars, some swimming stars, I think the Olympics is kind of the sneaky play that I'm kind of eyeing right now.
Love it. Love it. And talk about a brand that matters.
Right. Exactly.
Sweet. Any parting words, Lou, Ryan, for Sam?
I think what you talked about, Sam, you know, I was a pretty reserved, quiet person from the start. Like, you know, back in high school, I hated being on camera. I hated that. So the fact that you're willing to put yourself out there and just go for it, I think that's amazing. So I would just say keep doing that, and it gets a lot easier.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for coming on, Sam. We'll see you soon.
At Women of the Hobby. At Women of the Hobby.
Yeah, at Women of the Hobby. That's my Insta. Yeah, please follow.
And what's your YouTube too? Tell them your YouTube.
So I changed my YouTube recently to Women of the Hobby too. So yeah,
Let's
follow
go.
me there. Yeah.
Awesome.
Are you coaching tree a Jace? Card Collector 2 coaching tree a Jace? That's big.
No.
Eat it, right?
You don't want to be. You don't want to be.
Yeah. You have nothing to do with that. Cool.
It's
Well,
a lot
we
of like
appreciate you, Sam.
You know.
Thanks for coming on.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Just
She
roasting
said nope.
Ryan at all times.
She said, nope. She does. Perfect. Cool. I'm incredibly excited about this next guest. Personally, before I keep talking, Rye, Lou, any thoughts as we're now 2 hours and 40 minutes into this live stream?
It's just like a normal Card Talk episode. It feels like we just started.
I agree.
I can go all night.
Shout out to the people, though, that have been here from the start. Because there's some people that are commenting that have definitely been here from the start. So shout out to them for sure.
So Sam mentioned a point about the connections that happen in this hobby and how talking about cards can really be something that breaks down any preconceived notions. I guess all passions might do that, but the funny thing about cards, as we've now seen, is you can have a Luke Skywalker. You could be a Star Wars person and have a Luke Skywalker. You can be into footy. You can be into Marvel, what have you. And there's something there for sports. Our next guest, I have been fond of for an incredibly long time. Not only as I tuned into SportsCenter, but I'm a big Penn State guy. I grew up diehard Penn State, and this individual, I always was fond of how he rocked on Twitter. A lot of Wawa chatter, a lot of Phillies chatter. We went back and forth a couple times and some good combos. And now we just text about cards a lot. And so I'm excited to bring on our good friend, Kevin Nagandi.
What is up? How you doing, Ty?
Oh,
Ryan?
on set.
How we doing?
Let's go.
That's awesome.
Oh, we just finished SportsCenter, the 6 p.m. SportsCenter. I didn't want to leave. You guys sent the invite. I was honored to even be a part of the conversation, considering I'm still a novice. And I said just goodbye to my co-host, L. Duncan. They left the lights on for us. If you guys want a quick look around here. So that's obviously the catwalk.
Insane.
That's one of the big verts. That's the 3D wall. And then over there is where we usually have some guests. And then this is the main desk where I'm at. So it's great to be a part of the chat and the conversation. And I'm glad we could bring my work into it, because honestly, I'm passionate about my job and I'm passionate about the card industry. So it's good to chat with you guys.
So let me ask you two quick questions. Actually, the first question I will pose to the group: at what point do we get our own studio like that for Card Talk? I'm really looking at Tyler there. When do we get that upgrade? And the number two is, Kevin, do you think you're the first person to ever bring up a PSA 10 on air?
Lou, I hope so, because I was
think
damn
so,
proud
too.
of saying that, right?
That was a banger.
Yeah, so I hope in this 6 o'clock show you get a lot of interviews, a lot of hard news, but every now and then you get a highlight. So it's nice to throw that wrinkle in. Having my share of the morning show for 7 years, doing the night shows with a lot of legendary guys before that, you would get multiple opportunities during a highlight run, right? So now I pick and choose my spots. I never want to force anything. If it's a natural thing like Mbappe, and that's why I thought the moment there, the conversation was perfect to slide that in his silver prism. It was, to me, the perfect time to slip that in. But Lou, I promise you, there are going to be many more moments down the road where I'm going to find a way.
Hope so.
Especially during baseball when we can paint the corners, right? If that's
yes,
corner,
sir.
There's something already there, right?
Listen, you just got to work in a couple rainbow foils. You know what I'm saying? Like, just get them out there. Get them out there.
I was just pumped because it was an Mbappe highlight.
Yeah,
that you dropped it on. I mean, that was amazing.
Ty, well, listen, you're the footy guy. You're the footy expert. So I would lean on that. Actually, afterwards, you and I were chatting real quick, and I made sure to scoop up a sticker, the 2016 one, because I was like, I got to get in. Obviously with the pop with Prism, I was like, let me find a way to get in on the sticker and then feel good and then just sit back and watch the man cook.
If everyone just hears what just happened, our friend Kevin Nagandi made a play. He stepped up and he made a play, and we got to respect it. We got to respect it. Kev, what's on your mind? Any questions? You're a very thoughtful individual. The way you look at things, and when we talk, I respect it a lot. What's on your mind when it comes to cards right now?
I guess my thinking is this, especially with me mentioning being a novice and with your experience and obviously Ryan's background and what Lou and Ty, you guys have done through the years in following the hobby. The explosion happens right in August. Then you see the dip in September. You see it get quiet in October. The rumblings come back in November and December. Then January happens like we've never seen, right? I'm sure you guys have experienced that and have seen the ups and downs. And then we enter this phase of the NFTs taking some of the space of the money out, right? And then we see, I think, a surge to buy right now. And how do you guys feel about the role of NFTs taking some of the money in the space and then the panic that's setting in for people that are new to the industry? Because I can tell you, I'm in for the long haul. I'm just curious about your take on this concept of what people are saying and panicking now where, wait a second, my portfolio was up 40%. Why is it now down 20%? Now I'm scared. Like, what advice would you guys give to people like that follow the business?
I think Ryan can give the most rational take here.
Yeah, I think we talk about this a lot on the show where this is not normal, right? Like, you would buy something 3-4 years ago and you would hope it would increase over a year, right? You'd hope it'd go up 10-15% over a year. Now, if something doesn't move 25% in a week, it's considered a weak investment, and that's not normal. So again, if you're in this for, a year, 2 years, or the long run, the market fluctuates a lot more now than it ever did before. Just the increased volume in suppliers and or buyers and sellers. So I would just say, have patience, because it will all work itself out in the end.
I something that I've been thinking a lot about is what Ryan just mentioned was 20% increase, right? 20%. That is not 20x. And I think over the last 2-3 years, there's been, if you're newer, a la myself, 2-3 years, the expectations have kind of gotten out of whack in terms of what a sound investment might be, right? We talk a lot. Our show is used for, we like to kind of both, we're more, I would say, investment 80, 75, 65 of like, how do you play this as an investor? Can you make a little bit of money, enjoy things? There's also the collecting side of things. But the notion that if your card doesn't 2x, it's bad and almost like a waste of your time, I think has gotten out of whack.
Yep.
And I would say that what we are attempting to do, and I think this is a good conversation, is to ground on like, why are you doing this? And what are you looking for out of it? Because if you're looking for astronomical returns, well, then why wouldn't everyone just be doing it? It just doesn't make sense. And so I think grounding a little bit in the reality of what you're doing and what you're looking to accomplish is important.
Do you guys agree then we're like this dip kind of does a good weeding out, right? Weeding out the process of people just riding a wave and that are coming in and coming out, and that's it. And they don't have the patience or the understanding that there's going to be multiple dips within, a season of a sport, right? And like you guys, I've listened to, I love your podcast. You guys were talking about how you believe that football, we're in the off season, but football still there's like kind of like a building that's going on right now underneath that's bubbling up, that's going to explode, that we saw with basketball, right? And I love that type of foreshadowing down the road of understanding, hey, right now there's certain dips and then we're going to see a boost coming up.
I agree. The one thing I want to say is like, Ryan had to step away for a second, but this has happened several times now in the last 4 or 5 years. There's peaks and valleys, and there are different things that take attention away. And that's how it's going to go. And by the way, it was NFT and Top Shot recently. It'll be video games. It'll be comic books will make another big comeback and take money away from cards. It's alternative collectible. So these things have peaks and valleys. So I think, to me, I view it as a buying opportunity in terms of where we are right now. But these things are inevitable, and you're right. It does weed out some people who may not have been interested in staying in the long term anyway.
Well, I'm here for the long haul. And, when I first really got into it, this was the one I had to get for me, my holy grail, and that is the Julius Erving Virginia Squires. me being a diehard Sixers guy, and he was my first guy. And then obviously the 1980, the rookies on the end, the bookends of Magic and Bird with Jordan, with Dr. J in the middle. But this to me is our version, right? Our generation for kids that follow of what this is, for another generation. I love that.
Kevin, I fucked up, Kevin. I fucked up on that one, Kevin.
What?
I should have bought that was actually from 1986 to 93. I was hardcore cards. I came back for 1 year in 2003 for that exact card.
This one, right?
Literally the thing you just said is what I said to my buddies, Brandon, Lou's dad.
Yep.
Little Lou, when he was Lou, how old were you in LeBron's rookie year?
I was 10.
Do you remember going to the Phillipsburg show on a Tuesday night? Went back to my house and we opened up 50 boxes of that Fleer. They were like $30 a box.
And
I was
Bowman
obsessed.
too, right, G?
And Bowman, but I was obsessed with that Fleer card for the reason you just said. And I cannot believe I didn't buy that when I got back into the game. It was not something I stocked up on. I didn't buy any, and I'm sad because it's such an epic card.
Wait a second. Wait. You don't have it. You have stuff now of this, right? But it's just back then. Come on, Gary.
Kevin, listen, I know I'm expected to be great, but I fuck up sometimes.
No, that makes you normal because you're great all the time. It just makes you human.
Thank you for being part of the show.
My pleasure. Good seeing you guys.
Thanks for coming on, Kev. Appreciate it.
I love you. Keep doing your thing. I just want to thank all the new viewers that came in. I just did a little text that 212-931-5731 life. Tyler and Lou and Ryan, they've been doing a great job all day. I came in and got a little upset about some Knicks and Nets talk with Jefferson and Channing Frye. I'm excited because I've got my friends section coming up, and I got my man IQ Quigley's in the mix on that little side. I've got a bunch of people coming in a short period of time here, Tyler. I got to keep it quick.
Yeah. We have one segment. It's a quick segment.
Do your thing. I'm going to stay quiet. Do your thing.
Amazing. I think this is going to be fun because I spent some time with this next guest. We're going back into an eBay auction segment, and the next guest is a seller. But what I want to talk about briefly is one, we're in the midst of a potential trade and cash deal. So, I'm in the current negotiations with the individual, so I can't show my cards too much of what I'm trying to accomplish with this. But at the same time, we talked, and he has a financial background and is now playing a lot in this space. And I think it's very interesting conversation of what Kevin brought up, that the more this matures, the more there are similarities between financial aspect and this.
Did you say he has a financial background?
Yes.
Yeah, you're going to lose that trade. All right, Dustin, you can take me out.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous already. But enter our good friend, Chris Kwan. What's up, Chris?
Welcome, Chris.
Hey, Ty, Lou.
How we doing? Here's the card in question, by the way.
Oh, there it is.
The card we are.
There it is.
Real quick, I just want to say, the second I saw Chris's face, I think you're going to lose this trade, Tyler. All right, you can take me out, guys, again. Go ahead.
Hell no.
This is when I say hell yeah, right?
Right, internet crashed. He's back. That was a quick reset.
Just straight crashed during the show. I apologize.
Tough break.
I wouldn't have bet you were the one that went down. Chris, while we have you here, can you give 2 seconds briefly on where that Kevin conversation was going, financial dips, cycles in the market, everything? How do you evaluate what's going on?
Absolutely. Right. So I think trading cards, sports cards, all we talked about, alternative investment class, right? When you think about from a finance perspective, looking at the stock market, right? Historic gains of 7 to 11% per year. Like when you think about a 20% return per year is good. But, we're seeing 20% gains month over month. And that's actually really good. We can't get 2x, 4x, 5x, whatever it is. I think those are kind of, from a finance perspective, sky high. So I think, let's think about, this is a little bit riskier. There's a lot more, we'll call it asymmetric information in this space, meaning, one side knows more than the other, but, there's certainly a lot of opportunity still.
Love it. Let's, Dust, can you pull up the Chris's page real quick? And so we we talked and we had a brief background on Yu-Gi-Oh, and we talked a little bit. I'd love to hear about just what had you transition out of kind of your financial background and into, you know, being you're a collector as well, but from a sales side, business side, you spend a little bit more time in Yu-Gi-Oh world. What and why?
Sure. So I'll start back. Right, 25 years ago, I got into trading cards. Walked into a shop, made some friends. You know, thought to myself, hey, you know, this is like a dream job. Be like, you know, the dream job was own a card shop, become an NBA player, maybe a doctor, whatever, right? But, you know, reality set in. You know, I went to school, finance, economics, did the working world, you know, whatever. I was being, you know, the kid, right? And you know, ended up in finance. But, you know, I always, you know, I loved the hobby and I loved playing, and I kept in touch with, you know, a lot of my good friends. And this opportunity came up about 5 years ago, and boom, you know, the two roads meet, right? I buy this card shop, and, you know, here I am looking at this industry from, I think, a lens that might be a little bit different than most, in the sense that, like, you know, we're really data driven here. We care about metrics, and we care a lot about, you know, finance. Where do we deploy capital? Where do we think that the next set of investments are going? You know, and trading card games is what I know. So that's the space we play in. You know, like they say, you know, do more of what you're good at and worry less about what you're not good at.
Agreed. Rye, Lou, anything from you?
Something I would love to. We should probably have you back on Card Talk properly someday soon, because I would love to do a deep dive with you on Yu-Gi-Oh. And, you know, I think a lot of people, when we were down in Dallas, I got attention on three things. One was my Pokemon cards, and the number two thing people most looked at was my Gaia Fierce Knight First Edition PSA 9. Yu-Gi-Oh holds a special place in a lot of kids' hearts. It was the first thing post Pokemon that made sense from a TCG standpoint, and that kids were watching, whether like the anime was on Cartoon Network, all the cards, all that. So I unfortunately am not as educated on it in the different years as much as I am Pokemon, and that's partially due to me just not diving in and doing the research. But where do you see the opportunities from a Yu-Gi-Oh standpoint outside of the LOB first editions? Because obviously those are like big. Where do you see interesting opportunities as entry points for people like myself who do not necessarily have outrageous amounts of money to spend on cards?
Of course. So kind of a quick history, right? So if you think about the years when these things came out, right? So, you know, look at Magic, 94, look at Pokemon, and then you look at Yu-Gi-Oh, which came out in 2002. And if you think about the shift over time, you know, I think the opportunity in terms of like growth in this space is just continuing to grow. Where I think about that is, you know, these are the quote unquote kids that are now getting the, you know, big time jobs that are going to have some of the capital to deploy to, you know, put up their pieces of artwork. And, you know, I think it's the same in a lot of the space too, right? It's not going after the PSA 10s, you know, PSA 9s, BGS 9. I think BGS 9.5 across the industry is just way underrated. I think, you know, the new folks that are entering in, you know, if you want to get something at a discount, get the BGS 9.5s. There's a lot of low pop stuff, you know, same thing you guys always say, right? Like, do your research, look online, look at the pop reports. There's a lot of stuff with low pops that just have, you know, some really good, you know, upside potential.
Agreed. I think PSA 9s we talked about recently on the show, and I appreciate you coming on. I also keep a keen eye on what's going on video game stuff, but we do have to move to our next guest here. Unless Gary, you wanted to comment on that real quick?
No, I think you're right to have him come in deep on one episode. I'd love to listen. Thanks, Chris.
All right,
thanks, Chris.
Guys.
Thanks, Chris.
Cool. Now we have another was a big time guest of ours. We're going to bring him on. We're going to fire away one question, and it's going to come from Lou. Enter Jeremy Padower.
My God.
What's going on?
Padower.
Yo. Oh my God. And Gary? What?
What's up, JP?
What's up, Gary? Oh no, and my 11-year-old jumps in at this point.
Let's go.
Fantastic. I'll see you in a second.
My internet crashed. Actually, I was.
He's got issues. All right, let's do it.
You gotta go. Go, baby. You gotta go.
Sounds like Ryan.
We didn't have internet 30 years ago.
I need.
All right, guys. So here we go. I will tell you right now that that it is not a down cycle for the card business. We've had a very unusual situation where we're using something like the Jordan card as the indicator of everything. And I'm telling you, the 1986-87 Fleer Jordan is not the indicator of everything. It is not your litmus test. It is a card that blew up in value to $700,000 and it got way ahead of itself. So I just wanted to throw that out there right away, just in case I ever forgot to say it.
I also want to throw out there that it is uncomfortably underpriced at $700,000. And I will be massively historically correct.
So true. So
I
true.
genuinely believe that. I believe that going from 200 to 700,000 in 13 seconds is what you're probably referring to, and that's where people try to calibrate. And then you have a Top Shot phenomenon that creates another element. But I couldn't agree with you more, JP. I do think that the market is acting against the Jordan, and I think what's wild about that is I think both statements are going to end up being very true in a 5-year window, and it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out.
No question about it. No question about it. I mean, but if you look at the other indicators, in the meantime, I'm looking at things in Pokemon that are going up significantly right now. I saw a trainer deck card, which is a very unusual, rare red back card. It was shipped at the very inception of the U.S. launch of Pokemon. It was about 300% higher than the last time I saw it trade. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And now we can talk about anything else you want, but the Jordan had to be talked about because that is the white elephant in the room, honestly.
I think that's fair. The question I wanted to ask you is what card in the Pokemon world or Yu-Gi-Oh world has had your attention recently? But obviously, I think you would say the trainer deck.
If you look at the trainer deck cards, were put in motion. The reason why they existed was to help train consumers and kids on how to engage with Pokemon, right? And those cards were thrashed. Gary and guys, I don't know if you've seen these. They're the red back cards, and they literally say trainer deck on the back of the card, okay?
Mm-hmm.
There may be 20 to 30 of any given trainer deck card that's actually been graded. And unlike cards that fall to like the trophy cards, these cards you can pick up between hundreds of dollars to $25,000 each. They're massively undervalued.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm aligned.
Love it. Speaking of
Jeremy.
Pokemon, and Jeremy, appreciate you coming on. Before we do kick off, I want to say I think the single best thing you've ever done is buy that Harry Potter book.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was cool.
That's for another
Thank you.
time. I got this bad boy.
Oh, I love it. Oh my gosh. Is that from the Panini? I was going to mention that. No way.
It is.
We are such on the same page.
I think that set is wild. That right there, I own 0. Lou, I own 0 this shit, right?
Correct, 0.
But on the record, uncomfortably underpriced.
Yes, exactly. You know, here's a tip for everyone. Stickers are being graded by PSA at a higher incidence than ever before. And these stickers...
What did you say, Lou?
What happened? Did you get in on it?
No, I fucking loved stickers after I realized soccer was going to pop off. Lou made fun of me for 2 years, and now his hero came on the show and dropped it, and now he's devastated again.
Interesting.
Love it. We got to keep it moving.
All right.
Jeremy,
Bye,
appreciate you jumping in. Always good to see you, brother. Be
Thank
good.
you, Jeremy.
Thank you. I'm so excited
Lou,
to be
you're
here.
going to deny that I wasn't about that sticker life, and you're like,
No,
fuck
I'm not
stickers?
going to deny it. I'm not going to go out here and say that I was making fun of you for 2 years. Like, this is like your favorite narrative that I just make fun of you for everything. It's unbelievable.
You were very down on stickers.
Okay, whatever.
No, tell me, help me, help you.
No, your thing is that you love the thing that I was down on and continue to be down on were the weird European stickers that you had graded by a certain company that we won't name. That isn't the best grading company out there.
Name it. Well, you can't
GMA.
say stuff like GMA. Oh, you mean the ones that everybody, I bought GMA stickers of Harden and other rookie basketball guys because you couldn't get them in any other form. I was buying them as if raw, Lou.
Okay, great. And also, let's not overrate it. Like I was just making fun of you for hours. I was in your apartment and I looked at it and I was like, what the fuck is this?
Let's not go too extreme in the other direction, Lou. There were many. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Tyler. One time, my asshole. All right. Do I have to get my friends on? Do I have friends?
Yes, quick.
Yeah, one more.
We've been waiting super patiently, but we got one individual before then. He's
Are
gonna
you
come
fucking
on.
kidding me?
Yeah, it's going to be 3 minutes. And it's
You want to
gonna
talk
be on
about stickers? This is
Pokemon,
what happens.
And it's going to be on Pokemon. Leonhardt, please
Oh,
enter the
that's good.
stage.
That's a good one.
Hey everybody, how's it going?
Leonhardt.
Better
Hey,
now.
it's good, bro.
Yeah.
I don't have anything on stickers at the moment, so if you want to talk about some Pokemon stuff, I may know a little.
Lee, speaking of, one of the things I've looked at and I haven't pulled the trigger on is there's some early Pokemon stickers that I think are wildly underpriced. They're just like nothing. They're just super cheap from, do you know which ones I'm talking about?
Well, I don't know exactly yours, if you have the exact name, but there are ones that are out there that I do agree, are
Lou,
very
I think I sent you that. I got hot on like one Sunday afternoon and said I'm about to go ham, but I never went super ham on them. But do you remember, Lou? I'll look them up while you guys have a proper
Yeah,
answer.
I remember the card game ones that was like, it was like an 8 of diamonds and it was like a
No, that I bought. Those are cool. These
Yeah,
were more.
those
These are more Bobo than that. These are like completely not respected yet, uncomfortably rare and about to become huge. But you guys do your actual interview.
So what I want to do is give Lee tremendous amount of love because when we first linked up, the amount of time and what he's done for that community has been insane. And to say that he was around this when there was a vast community and he had large growth, but you've been doing it. You left a big time gig and started doing Pokemon on YouTube at a time where probably people were like, okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right. Interesting. And so we've got a couple of things here. I'm a big Mewtwo guy. Do you have a singular favorite Pokemon?
Like Pokemon?
Lee, before you answer that question, Art Box, 1999 Art Box. They're not really respected right now, Lee, but I think that they should be. Just saying.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. 1999 Art Box. Yes.
Eat that, Lou. Keep going, Lee.
Wait, so my favorite card or like my favorite Pokemon? Because this
Favorite single Pokemon.
It's Squirtle. I know, common card. But if you want to go more into that, maybe a Mew type of card too.
Can you give us a quick? I think what we should hear from you is your story of the lost Charizard.
Oh my gosh. Basically, this was back last year, back in May. I opened up a heavy first edition base set pack because at the time, while the collecting world for Pokemon was really good, just kind of like on the online-ish YouTube world, since the pandemic started, Pokemon wasn't as kind of kicking around. All the tournaments were canceled. So I opened up a heavy first edition base set pack, pulled a first edition Charizard that looked like it was an amazing quality. And my stupid self decided to trust the postal service, but sending it through the most safest way you can send it to them. And of course, it got lost in the mail. And as it got lost every single month, the price of a PSA 10, PSA 9 first edition base set Charizard just kept on going up to where 5 months had passed by. And I was pretty much just like, if it shows up, it shows up. But at this point, it's gone. And I didn't know what happened to it. And then one morning, woke up, got an automatic notification from PSA saying that they had received my order. I checked it, and it was another card because I had sent in 2 cards. And I'm like, no way. Does this mean 30 minutes later, bam, they received my first edition base set Charizard, and they were going to grade it the next day. And they found it, and it came back a PSA 9, which I was still very ecstatic about because at the time it was like around a $75,000 card. So I was very, very happy. But it did go missing. Don't trust the mail.
Pretty damn good text to receive, I must say. Before we go, so we get caught up on things.
Yeah.
Top Sun, thoughts?
Oh, it's I mean it's an amazing set. Obviously, it's the beginning, and there's different versions of the cards, different backs of the cards, and everything. But I mean, they're there if you can find them, if you can dig them out, and they're in great condition too. Especially, they're amazing. It's an incredible set.
I agree.
Love it. Cool. Well, Lee, you keep doing your thing. The growth that
appreciate
you've
it,
had on
guys.
YouTube is insane. Your belief in all things Pokemon has been very inspiring. And I remember when we had you on, you were one of the first 2 or 3 guests. And so again,
was exciting.
appreciate you coming on and being an early believer in what we were doing.
Absolutely.
And keep doing it. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you, Garrett. Thank you, guys. Talk to you later.
See you, man.
Bye.
Peace.
Bye.
All right. Cool. We are about to get into a segment, Gary and all his friends. Can you give a good hell yeah
you're
to
out.
that. But before we do that, I believe we have a quick 2-second, 1-second giveaway. Do you
We're
have
doing
it?
the
Ryan?
giveaways at the end. We're doing the giveaways at the end. Let's move on. Let's give Gary his time. He's excited.
All right. Bye, everybody. Gary, you take the stage.
Do I intro my friends? Or are they going to just pop up? Can you guys help
pop
me?
up.
You guys can help. Can you guys do something? Is Allen
Yeah.
Robinson first?
Nope.
Well, see, that's the fucking problem. See what just happened?
Fair. All right. Quentin Richardson
Let's
and Darius
fucking
Miles
go.
are about
Let's
to join
fucking
you
go. Let's
together.
fucking go.
I've seen them patiently there in the background.
Let's go.
Justin, you can pull us out and bring your friends on screen.
Let's fucking go. 20 combined seasons, podcast extraordinaires, culture fucking icons. Let's fucking go. D Miles, Q, what's good, man?
What's good?
Let's
What's good?
fucking go.
Appreciate
If you know this, there's some real youngsters in here that might not be educated, but if you know this, it was as big and as mattered as much as it gets. It's a real honor. I know I'm going quick today, so real fast for a couple of the youngsters that may not know. What are you two guys? First of all, give a plug to the podcast because everybody who's watching this needs to be listening. That's number one. And then number two, what are you seeing in the NBA culture that's interesting to you? A little take from some OGs. And then what are you seeing in card life? How's that crossing over to you guys?
Knuckleheads is the podcast, man. You can find it anywhere you download your podcast. Subscribe, download, rock with us. So it's a big catalog there for you to check out. But as far as the league right
Yeah. What are you seeing? What's different? What's interesting? You know, their shorts are not as floppy as you guys wore them.
Yeah, no, but I love the fact that that the celebration and all of that stuff being more celebrated and more welcomed. And when we first started doing this, when we came in, it was kind of like it was murky. We were the young kids doing something new, and it was kind of not everybody embraced it the way that it's celebrating. All of that is being embraced overall in the NBA now. So I love that.
I like that. D?
Yeah, I just love the growth of the game, how it's steady just evolving and getting better and better. Money-wise, game-wise, gameplay-wise, even the health-wise of how they taking care of the guys now about having food before and after practice, taking care of their bodies, like the weight room, stuff like that. I just love how the game evolved. When we came in the league, we was practicing at Southwest College, junior college. So now to look
That
at
Clippers
where it is
life.
now, it's just amazing.
Yeah, I mean, and you guys went out hard.
Yeah.
Like you know, like I'm of your age. I know how you boys hit it. I mean, these guys go out. You guys went blackout. Like you guys hit it hard. Talk to me about the players. Are getting younger. Obviously you had a similar experience. What about in this now world? Right, I'm a big Knick fan. Right, Obi. He's having a tough rookie season, and I'm watching. My Knicks chat, Ryan Harwood. Ryan Harwood's not patient enough. Like they're not giving these kids a couple seconds. I feel like they, both of you went through this. You guys really, really know. You guys were doing it with eyes on you as big prospects, but it was Sports Center. Now it's 24/7. It's the gram. It's TikTok. Like, give a little insight as guys that did it on how difficult that is.
Yeah, the development stage of it is it's still there, but it's kind of gone for a lot of guys. A lot of guys, they be wanting them to go right away and be what they is. The league then got younger than what it was when we first came in. Guys was older. Guys used to try to get us to play with their kids because their kids was our age. Now these days, you have guys who've been in the league 4 or 5 years and they only 23, 24 years old. And the development of it is kind of going away. It's still for some people. Some people get the opportunity to be with a team and develop a couple of years and then come in, but they drafting these guys now. They want them to bring something right away, and that's what it is. But they all the same age, so it's not hurting as much. It's just if you get your chance and you don't make it, you gotta figure something else out.
Yeah, I mean,
Go ahead.
it's an absolutely tough transition, regardless of what teams and what you do in. But I mean, obviously, LA being somewhere. New York in particular, with the media and the fandom the way it is, it's a lot tougher for those individuals to come in under that type of a spotlight, that type of a scrutiny, and then like you said, it turn off. Like when we left, as rookies left the building, we, for all intents and purposes, wouldn't hear about nothing unless it came to paper or something like that. Now, these kids, they don't even get to leave their gym. They can get to their locker, and it's already on their phone, messages, or whatever, what have you, on their social media. So it's instant. And so, I mean, you have to be a different type of kid, a different type of person growing up, and know how to have a thicker skin, because if not, it could be, it could really do a job on these kids, because it's nonstop. You can't get away from it.
Last hot take. Do you have any of your own rookie cards? Did you buy any rookie cards? And who did you wish you bought a bunch of rookie cards because you saw that they were going to pop a little bit before they even popped? You saw it in him, or they were considered good, but they were a super duper star. Give me some answers to those quick.
I still have my rookie cards. What's crazy, I have a bunch of baseball cards. I got baseball cards. I got basketball cards. I think Roger Clemens' second-year card, Randy Johnson cards. I got so many cards. I always used to collect them back in the day, and I still have these cards to this day.
Go.
So it's like
you.
I'm the same way. At my pop's house, I even have some here, but at my pop's house, I got unlimited crazy stuff. And I know I definitely got my cards, but I got some good stuff. I got some MJ stuff. Right above me right here is 2 authentic MJ autograph with the authenticity. They got the you see that's the upper deck joint. That's the first very first one. And then that's the very last one.
The first one hurts me because that became the preview to all the pain he brought Patrick Ewing and me through the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
And I'm still salty.
True. And they both got the authenticity stickers on them. So
I appreciate you guys being on. Please tune into Knuckleheads. I wanted these guys on for that reason. I want my audience listening to this show. I chip these guys heavy. We'll chop up soon, fellas.
Yeah, we got
Let's go. Let's keep it going, Tyler.
All right. Here we go.
I was in the building.
Dude, I'm sitting in the green room doing this.
Right?
Is it wrong that I'm still doing this after all these years?
Kyle, please tell all these kids how crazy that was.
Okay, so Quentin Richardson out of DePaul, all right? Just your straight assassin from the corner.
Shooter.
Long NBA career. And every time he'd hit a shot, no big deal, he jogs back down the court and just does this. It was the thing. And he had the whole Staples Center doing that. The Clippers had a hot minute with Sam Cassell and Darius and Big Chris Kaman and Mike Dunleavy when they were good. They were really good. And Q Richardson doing this, it looks ridiculous for you kids being like, why the fuck are Gary and Kyle still doing this? For a hot minute in the early 2000s.
It was the best.
Was really cool. As soon as Q came up here, I'm doing it.
100%. Kyle, give a little context for everybody. Talk a little bit about Good Morning Football, and then I want to talk to you about your card collection life.
Dude, first of all, this is awesome that I'm here. I'm the uninitiated, dude. I'm like the muggle in this. I'm listening to Kevin Gandhi talk about he's in it for the long haul, and I'm like, I used to collect garbage pail kids when I was in 3rd grade. I guess I can talk about that. But very fired up to be here. Good Morning Football is a show on the NFL's network. We talk football all day. No basketball, no baseball, none of that stuff. All football year-round, including in the offseason. It's 4 of us. We bust balls. Me, Nate Burleson, Peter Schrager, Kay Adams. 4 people at a table talking shit about football. It's really fun.
This has been a crazy offseason, right?
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson, trade rumors, Russell Wilson. You've got big quarterbacks coming out of the draft. What are the Jets going to do with Sam Darnold is basically my thought every second of my life from the second I wake up and sleep. The Giants spent some real money. What's your observation from this football offseason? What are your hot takes?
Well, Gary, you're all over it. First of all, Breeze gone. Phillip Rivers gone. They're just dropping. Finally,
talk about an end of an era.
our brethren, dude. Like these are our guys. Like
Well, I
we
hate
love
those.
these young guys.
I'm funny, Kyle. In real life, I cheer for everyone. In football life, I hate everyone but the Jets. So like, I genuinely dislike Rivers and Breeze. I can't help it. I'm such a bitter, deeply obsessed Jets fan that I have so much love for them. I have nothing left for anyone else. So I'm enjoying these guys leaving.
I just relate, Gary. Like I grew up a Bears fan, but when I'm seeing these guys who are, basically our age, and they're like, I'm done. And they're like, well, shit, am I done? Like if Drew Brees has nothing left, like what do I have left? You start to empathize with them. But I look, big doings in New York. And I'm telling you, looking at the Giants, like they got everything now. And now it's time for that little Eli Manning clone to like, all right, Daniel Jones, let's go. You got running backs.
And listen,
we spent money. Like this is the time, or blink, you're gone. Like Darnold is going to go before you.
I think Daniel's going to pull it off. We, Vayner Sports, I do. Me and AJ, Brian McLaughlin, one of our agents, we recruited Daniel very heavily. I can see Daniel sitting at VaynerMedia's offices right now. We were on him early before the season. Big shout out to Brian McLaughlin. He's like, this kid in Duke, I'm telling you, we watched. I think he's got the right temperament. I think he can play. It breaks my heart because I hate the Giants. Like I just told you earlier, I hate everybody but the Jets. But I think he's going to put it together, and these weapons matter. I think they're going to have a nice season. And Vayner Sports has Leonard Williams, Darnay Holmes. We have Austin Mack. So we have a lot of Giants repping there. And I think they're set up nicely for a season, in my opinion.
I do too, and I like Judge. I like Judge a lot. Gary, what would you say right now, like on your Jets meter of your whole life? If 1, you're just like, I'm in living hell, and 10 is like, oh my God, the Jets are great. Like, are you at like a 4?
I'm a 7. No, I'm a 7. I'll tell you why I'm at a 7. Because I'm a GM guy.
Okay.
And so when we had Mike Tenenbaum, I was in good spirits. I thought that he traded well. He did great with Cromartie and Thomas Jones and Jenkins. He did a great job trading. And I hated, and I hate to say hate, but like Mike McCagnon might be one of the people on earth that I most disliked ever.
Okay.
He's a very nice man. I've met him. But as a GM, everything he did blew my face off. The Jets needed a quarterback, Kyle, 2 years ago.
I know.
They had the 5th pick. They fucking took a safety when Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes went 7 and 10 or whatever the fuck they went. Do you understand?
A safety who can't cover anyone.
Somebody just said Idzig was a brutal GM. Yes, Idzig was there for 2 minutes. And yes, he had a poor draft with 12 picks. He completely blew it. But McCagnon, Idzig had to take over a shit cap and a shit situation. Idzig cleaned it up, drafted horribly, agreed, terrible. But McCagnon came into a sweet spot and wrote huge contracts for Mo Wilkerson, for Reeves. All his contracts were terrible. Tyler, I'm ruining it. I got to go.
What's up, Tyler?
All right, Kyle, we'll do this another time. Get me on the morning show. I will drop some knowledge on this. I'm a 7 because Joe Douglas knows what the fuck he's doing.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Mike McCagnon. We love your work.
See ya.
See ya, bro.
I feel bad. Poor Mike. That was like just a Mike McCagnon slash. I believe it. I believe it.
So I was definitely like, all right, we're getting the got to move along because you got a lot of people waiting. But at the same time, this moment right here, this second is probably, I've been working for you now 7.5 years. You know me. This is probably the coolest moment for me.
Alan?
Diehard Penn State football fan. Got my little, helmet here. I was about 8 rows up. I could literally almost touch him with my arm when he made that catch against Michigan. I was a massive fan. He's probably the reason why I was so high on Hackenberg because of what he was doing.
Alan makes everybody look good.
Facts. And so I am incredibly honored and excited. And when I found out y'all were going to work together, Vayner Sports and Allen Robinson, I was over the moon. My favorite wide receiver to ever play the game, Allen Robinson.
Speaking of that catch and doing some thought and going back to our conversation yesterday, G, might have something cooking, man. Might have something cooking. 100%. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Line me up. I'm gonna be ready to make the play.
AR, it's great to see you. How are you, my friend?
It's good though, man. How you doing?
Really well. First, let's make it a little more card talk oriented here. Did you grow up collecting cards?
For some reason, I can't hear you, G.
You can't?
I could hear you, and then as soon as he clicked out,
What about now? What about now? No? Tyler.
Let's see. Popping in.
Stay on, Tyler.
Okay.
AR, can you hear me?
Yo.
No. All right. Why
Yeah,
don't
I
you?
can hear
Why don't
now.
you?
I could
Yeah, no
hear as
worries.
soon as he clicked out.
Why don't you try to fix him? Put in somebody else. Get him proper. Try to work with it.
Yep. Alan, you can't
Okay.
hear, right?
No, Alan. Can't hear. Okay, we're gonna fix it. Let's go to
Sweet.
somebody else.
All right, we got Javante coming on next.
Let's go.
Javante. Boom.
Jay Will, what's good, bro?
What's up? What's up?
Why don't you tell everybody real quick, a little bit about yourself? I'm excited about your coming into the league.
Yeah, Javante Williams, junior running back from UNC, and preparing for the draft.
Before we go into sports cards and have you signed your? Actually, go right into that. So, have you signed your rookie cards yet? Or you didn't see the cards? You just signed those little stickers, right?
Yeah, I signed the stickers, yes, sir.
Are you excited about getting that first card? Like, have you obviously for a little while now you knew you had skills. I'm sure you thought about being in the league. Did it run through your mind like, damn, one day I'm gonna have my card, one day I'm gonna be able to play with me on Madden? Like, have those things run through your mind?
Yeah, I just started thinking about it probably like today, like this week. That's crazy for real. But really, this pro day, that's really what's been on my mind the most. So once that get
Yeah,
over,
actually, you know what? Actually, that's a good thing because there's a lot of entrepreneurs here that may be more passionate about process than they are even about cards. Tell everybody about how intense it is to prep for the NFL draft. Like, you're in it right now. Like, and you know that 10th of a second. Obviously, I'm in the business with Vayner Sports. That 10th of a second, that little vert, that that interview. There's money involved. Where you end up could be. It's a big deal. I think people don't realize. Have you been able to lock in? Did you think it would be this intense? And how has the process been for you?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot more intense than I thought it would be. I got to Florida January the 1st, and I just left 2 days ago. So yeah, it's a long process. Just small things though, like technique, and like you said, just trying to shave off seconds and get an inch higher or anything like that. That's really everything that I've been going through right now.
Listen, man, I'm really about your game. I think somebody's gonna steal you. I've been chirping to my GM's ears, like, let's go, let's get him into green and white. How was your time at UNC? Good experience? Just give people a little look on that front.
Oh yeah, definitely. If I could change it, I wouldn't change anything about it. I mean, if I could do it all over again, I wouldn't change nothing about it. Definitely
Good for you.
some of the best years of my life. Just meeting new people, new friends, lifelong relationships. Everything was good at UNC.
I love that. And what about cards? Did you grow up collecting football cards? Did you have Pokemon, anything like that? And has the whole sports card flipping thing hit your radar? You see people chirping about it. Give me a little bit of that.
I wouldn't say I was a collector of cards, but I definitely had a couple. Just like going to the store, if I seen like some flashy cards, anything like reflecting, I definitely picked it up.
You like that shiny shit?
Yeah, the shiny ones. Yeah, definitely those. But no, I was never a collector or anything like that.
I got it. And what about, have you been hearing about the crazy numbers about cards and like have friends or other people chirping or on social media? Has that hit your radar?
Yeah, I've definitely been seeing like some of the things, like the money that's involved in it, but I never really got too much into it.
Mm-hmm. And what about growing up, like just to wrap this up, because I know we're going to the next thing. What was your favorite squad growing up and how would it feel to be drafted by them?
I wouldn't say I had a favorite team. I had a lot of favorite
You were a players guy?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely had a lot of favorite players, but
So let's give some love to some of those guys.
Yeah, AP, Walter Payton, Frank Gore, all the running backs, to be honest.
I love it, man. Listen, thank you for popping in because I know you're busy times. We wanted to give a little bit of that prospect love during this talk, and you were absolutely one of those. Good luck to you, my man.
Appreciate it.
Got you.
All right, we're gonna give this another quick go with Alan.
Yeah,
we got a quick man in the back room. I think he's good to go. He did a quick refresh.
Yep.
You good?
I can hear now. Yep.
All right, beautiful.
We are.
What was your sports card journey as a kid? Did you collect anything at all?
I didn't, man. I was a big jersey kid, man. So I feel like I was kind of, I was big on jerseys, man. Penny Hardaway, Jordan, Pippen, Vince Carter, Tracy McGrady.
A lot of people don't know your basketball skills.
Yeah, hey, I'm a basketball guy, man. So now I'm really trying to get into the way, even as far as copping some, and also, like some of the good players that I know coming out of college. Like just being big on when LaMelo Ball's, when his just dropped, for the Anthony Edwards and stuff like that. So now I'm just trying to take my knowledge of basketball, just to try to get ahead and get a jump. So hopefully in 30, 35, 40 years or so, I'll be able to pass my card collection down to somebody.
Let's go. Talk about basketball for a second, because this will just be fun. Like, you really, really, like, there was like basketball looked to be your path, right? Tell them.
Yeah, no, for sure, man. I tell people all the time. I probably spent literally to this day still probably a million more hours in the gym than I did on the field. Like, I never really I just played football. Like, I never really trained football or anything like that. Like, I played basketball year round. I remember going from football games to basketball games, like during football season, like leaving straight from the field from a game, going to a basketball game, and then playing that all year round in the spring and the summer and the winter. I was a basketball guy up until like I said, I played my last game my senior year of high school, and it hurt. I'm such a big basketball fan. I haven't touched the court in like 7 years, man, because I just know how my passion and competitiveness is. But I won't even get on the court, like, just to shoot around or nothing. Like, I'm good. Like, I just watch.
Why do you catch everything? I'm being real serious with you. Like, obviously, we become very close. Obviously, Brandon, your agent, we're brothers. He runs our football division with AJ. I'm really emotionally attached to you at this point. So I'm watching all your shit. And every time I give you love on social, even happening in the chat right now, you just it gets brought up all the time. You basically catch everything.
Yeah, man. I put that into my head my rookie year, coming to the league. When you kind of learn the game is still moving fast at that point and haven't slowed down. So I already knew, like, shit, if I just catch everything, I'll be good. That was kind of my mindset to where I was like, man, like, when I get my ops, I got to catch it. That was the one thing I'm like, as I'm learning this process, just catch the ball. So that always kind of been my process going through it, and at the same time, I feel like even sometime in college, once you kind of get sidetracked from like catch and run before you catch the ball, people have some drops and stuff like that. So I always just try to keep the main thing is like, I catch it. People may sometime here and there, people may talk about, okay, he could have got a couple more yards on this one, but it's like, cool. Like, I'll take all catches, that was kind of my mindset, since being in college. Is like, I had a receiver coach who used to always say that, like, we'll take all catches and then, we're going to keep expanding on our yak and stuff after that. But first we got to catch the rock.
What about investing in general, to switch it up for all the entrepreneurs in here? Like, investing, making your paper grow long-term, you're, even though you were the youngest in your class, you're now in that middle part of your career. You're a human being. It's got, probably more today than 8 years ago or 7 years ago. You're thinking about life after football. How do you think about all that stuff?
Yeah, man. I would say that, my investments are pretty conservative right now. I think that what's dope as you play in the league and are able to accumulate wealth and stuff is that, that as you make more money, you can still be conservative a little bit, because it's like that conservative number is being made on a much higher number, and you still can have to be able to kind of diversify your portfolio by having some different, more, I guess I don't even want to say risky, but a little bit more risky stuff, like how we were talking about NFTs and stuff like that, where that you can just kind of play around with a little bit, and even in like real estate and stuff like that. But, but the thing is, the more money you make, still keeping a decent part of your portfolio, conservative, is that, like, it's getting 5%, 7%, 10%, but on a pretty large number.
Yeah. I mean, you work your face off to have that large base. I agree with you. I think, when I play risk investment, I'm playing if it goes to zero, because it's too high risk. Final thoughts. I want to ask you this, because this matters to me. I think the world is focusing too much on negative behavior and not enough around people that are classy and cordial and kind. Something I noticed that you really have in you when we sit at a basketball game together and people give you love, or when your fellow receiver gets a big contract and you give love. Talk to me about when I say to you, like, hey, I don't think, you can catch everything. I admire you for a lot of things, but who you are as a dude, like, your class.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, man.
I mean it, man. Like, we met out at a Super Bowl party. Like, I've seen you in a bunch of different angles, and I just wanted to slip it in here. Like, I admire that about you. I think it's what I want the world to start paying attention to more. How do you think about graciousness, class, kindness? I asked you a couple questions once about like after the game, giving daps against I watch how you move, and I respect it. I appreciate it. I wonder if people bring it up to you, and I'm excited to see your reaction and your answer.
Yeah, man. Just having a mindset to never take nothing for granted. I think the biggest thing that has been the most pivotal and has helped out my career tremendously, as crazy and as cliche as this may sound, was the year that I got hurt. Not that my perspective changed, but big part of my perspective changed. I had never had a significant injury or anything like that. I never had to miss any extended period of time, really. And being out of that really kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like, you take every moment when you on that grass, on the field, and being able to experience certain things, you take that for granted. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people do. So being able to just live in the moment, because at the end of the day, man, even having a daughter, it's crazy. I was talking to somebody else about this. It's like, it's so hard to start life, and it's such a miracle to have life.
400 trillion to 1.
And life ends like this. You know what I'm
Can I
saying?
ask you, can I get way less deep, and then I'll leave? I know we got to go, Tyler, but I'm in 4 seconds. Back to taking things for granted. I think that you became a better blocker after your injury.
For sure. That's all part of the game. That's all part of the game.
Was that natural evolution, or did you have time to watch film, or did by not taking things for granted, you even elevated your off play or things that I actually genuinely, I wanted to get a little football nerdy. I literally saw that happen in your game. Any answer to that?
Not taking stuff for granted and just really being like, man, like I want to win. At that point in time in my career, year 4 for me, the year that Jacksonville went to the AFC Championship, I wasn't playing because I was hurt. So I was like, man, like playing now, I just want to win. Like whatever I got to do. If it's blocking, going there, hitting safety, blocking for a bubble, shit like that, man, I want to win.
That's it. That's a great way to stop. See you later, JR. Thank you.
All right, bro.
Peace out, AR. I let that one run a little bit because, I had to let my man AR speak. We got a legend coming on here next.
I like legends.
So first, I believe this is our first baseball chatter. Enter Justin Turner.
Bro, the beard is not that big.
Yeah, that's how I roll.
You do it every year? You trim it to the beginning and then you let it go?
Every year, trim it down.
I didn't realize it got that low.
Yeah, last year actually for Halloween, for the first time in like 11 years, I took a razor to my face.
Yeah,
so
I remember.
I was Chucky for Halloween, so I had to shave the whole thing off. That was a sad day.
JT, how do you feel at this exact moment on the precipice of a new season? Do you get your juices going?
I think it's a little different this year. One, obviously just coming off of signing back with the Dodgers. Two, coming off of winning a World Series with the Dodgers. But the third part is coming back and looking at an actual full season. We played a shortened 60-game season last year, and I think the announcement that we're going to have fans in the stands to a certain capacity, all of that is kind of just building up into a lot of anticipation and excitement for the 2021 season.
JT, on some real shit, shoot it really straight with me, because I'll make you feel safe. I stopped watching the Yankees and the New York Rangers after they won a championship. Stopped being a fan. Is there a different thing after winning a championship where it's like harder to get that juice? Like they talk about that championship, like I am as a fan have that, which is rare. Most of my friends make fun of me. They're like, what are you talking about? Like you missed all the good Jeter shit. I'm like, I did. Like once they won, I was at, like as a player, chasing that rate, like, is it a challenge?
Well, yeah, I think so. But I think there's some other things that go into it for us. Again, I'm sure you watched the Jordan documentary and the way he used kind of every little thing as motivation for him. And we kind of have a little bit of that for us. A lot of people saying because it was a 60
it was a fake
season,
one.
It was a fake championship. And for me personally, not being on the field at the end and being able to celebrate, that crushed me. So
when you tell that story as a grandpa, they're gonna be like, "What?" Yeah, it's gonna be like that's just in some weird way it becomes an iconic story.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that's such a good point. So because of those two variables, you can kind of trick yourself into like getting juiced up again.
That's the name of the game. You gotta find ways to trick yourself into being motivated.
Let me sneak this in. I apologize for interrupting, but we got a bunch of guests. Cards. Did you collect as a kid? Did you buy a bunch of rookies when you finally had one? Have you played it?
So I was born in 1984, and since 1984, every year for Christmas, my parents have bought me a complete set of Topps baseball cards. So I have a full set from every year. I haven't opened any of them except for the 2009 and the 2010, because I debuted in 2009 and my first full season was 2010. So I just opened those to see if I was in the box. So I have all those cards. Most of them are still in the wrapper, haven't even been opened. And at some point I'll go through them and see what I got in there.
And what about now that this more hit your radar? Have you given it some thought? Do you think you have some advantages, like being so up close and personal? Like, for example, one of your teammates is a guy I invested in heavily about 18 months ago, Gavin Lux. Like, you have the advantage of like seeing, oh, Gavin's progressing or Gavin's a year away. Or take away your teammates, which you'll have more insight on. You'll face a young pitcher and be like, holy shit, this pitching prospect's real, or whoa, look how you're going to have inside kind of eyes on that. Any thoughts on those variables?
Yeah, it's definitely thinking about cards differently now, and thinking about players as investments and how you can get it. And then being, you were talking earlier about signing the stickers, right? And we get those, and thinking about signing those stickers now and what
now
they
you're
actually
doing it more
mean.
carefully. You mean you're like more careful?
Yeah, and thinking like, I mean, maybe not so much myself, but like when Mike Trout's signing these stickers, like he's possibly signing like $1 million autograph, right? Like that's crazy to me. And so, when I was a kid, when I actually bought cards that my parents didn't buy for me, I was buying them for the stick of bubble gum in them, when we went to the market. So it's kind of crazy how it's evolved now and how it's literally a business. So it's kind of mind blowing.
I love it. Oh shit, Tyler. He's like the Grim Reaper. JT, we'll talk soon, brother.
Thanks, G.
Appreciate it, JT. All right, I'm actually super excited for this one. We just did some 1:37 p.m. work with our next guest. Shot him out on the West Coast for a little JD Sports campaign. Enter our friend Jordan Fuller.
Oh, look at that
Good,
hair.
G.
Jay Full, what's good, bro?
Yes, sir. I'm good. How about you?
I'm really well. Jordan, how did your rookie year with the Rams go? Let's get into that first. How was that experience? You got to play a bunch. Obviously we believed heavy in your game at Vader Sports, so there was no surprise to us, but you surprised a lot of people. And just want to get a quick sense of how your first season with the Rams went.
It was great. Just starting off with the draft, definitely felt like I was picked later than I should have been, but thankfully got drafted to a great situation with a great team and a great coaching staff and everything. So I was able to compete for the starting job in camp and was able to start week 1. And in the middle of the season, got hurt a little bit, but had a bunch of highlight plays and was able to make a little playoff run. We got beat by Green Bay, but no, it was fun. A lot of
good experiences in the first year.
Yeah. It was unreal. It's a season I'll remember for the rest of my life for sure.
Jordan, when you signing, looking for cards, all this stuff, obviously around us at Vayner Sports, this stuff's on your radar. Did you grow up collecting cards? Did you ever have football cards? What's your relationship with cards overall? Back then, now, what?
I think back then I had like a couple. I remember looking at some when I was real young, but I never really started collecting or anything. But this NBA Top Shot is definitely really caught my eye. I know it's real hype right now, and so prices are probably a little high, but once they come down and I get into my second, third, fourth year, stuff like that, I'm gonna definitely tap in with that.
For everybody who's watching, Jordan's one of the most thoughtful kids we've ever repped, and so even that subtle thing he said, that second, third, fourth year, he's always being smart and thoughtful about how he's doing it with his money. Because these rookie, Jordan, do you think one of the things that people don't know is how I think people think football players make a lot more money than they do, especially when they're drafted where you are. Like it's really, that money that they think is happening is really happening in that second contract. Like, do you have friends and relatives and friends from around the way, and just like other people are like get a little confused after taxes, after this and that. Like there's a lot more conservativeness, right? They're like, they think you made it and you have private jets, and you're like, yo, there's accountants out there making more money than me.
For sure. Like if I try to ball out like some of my other teammates can, I'll run out like quick. Yeah, but just a quick story. Like my signing bonus, I'm sure you can look up whatever it was, but yeah, I was expecting a certain number and got like less than half of it. So I called like our player engagement guy. I was like, yo, I think like my check was wrong, blah blah blah. So they looked into it and they were like, nah, that's right. So like being a 6th-round draft pick is not gonna be like life-changing money. It's definitely more money than I've ever experienced having. But yeah, it's not like something you can sit back and chill on or anything like that. And just being in LA too, just California.
California taxes, California lifestyle. It costs $28 for a coffee out there.
It's ridiculous. And gas, automatic 60. Automatic 60 ball. Automatic.
Jordan, before I let you go. Oh, shit. Fuck. All right, Jordan, we'll chop up soon.
For sure.
He's good quick. I love you, bro. Look forward to season 2.
Peace, Jay. All right, our next guest has been waiting, incredibly patient. Obviously, we got into some Knicks Nets banter early, and I think he has a last name that is going to be legendary for all Kevin Nagandi and SportsCenter hosts to be used going forward. Quickly becoming the king of New York, Emmanuel Quickly.
IQ, what's good, bro?
What's good, Brody?
Bro, first and foremost, we've been chopping since you were like in grammar school. Like, man. I cannot. When you got drafted by the Knicks, I lost my fuck. I DM'd you so they didn't even finish saying your name. I was DMing you. I'm so glad you're here. And then, you know, I that's what I really want to ask you. You know, as good as you might have dreamt it up, you know, this rookie season, knock on wood, you know, just the way you've captured this city and just your play and like the lack of turnovers. I don't want to get too nerdy, but like. Crazy, right?
I mean, it is crazy. Like you said, New York City, it don't really get better than that. And it's really crazy because like a lot of people just see all, you know, the rookie ladder. I'm in the rookie of the year race and all that. But this season, you know, being a rookie is kind of tough sometimes. Like some games I'll go from getting 31 points and then the next game I might play 10 minutes. So, you know, you just got to be ready for anything, honestly. But, you know, New York, great situation. Knicks, great situation. So I couldn't ask for anything better. Great fans.
What about sports cards for you? Did you ever collect them as a kid? Did you ever dream on being on one? You know, there's a lot going on with basketball and your rookie class. Like, talk to me about that.
Sports cards, maybe a little bit. You know, I'm kind of more into jerseys. I think I had a Kobe jersey, Dirk Nowitzki. I just got Steph Curry's jersey when we played against the Warriors. I'm gonna try to get LeBron's. You
mean on the Switch?
Yeah. Well, he didn't get mine. I'm not.
I got it.
But I'm gonna get there.
I know you'll get there. But wait a minute. So you didn't do the Switch, but he gave it to you?
Gave me his jersey, yep.
That's huge.
Got his number too, so you know I gotta keep in contact with him, ask him some questions.
Good for you.
He can give me so.
Is that just crazy? You know, just like literally 5 minutes ago, these are the people you're playing 2K with and like looking up to, and then like in a blink, you know, you're just in the league playing them, guarding them, like, you know, I'm sure with the way you're playing, people, some of those guys giving you real love, like keep it going. Like, is that just do you sometimes just walk up and be like, I can't believe what's his name just said, fucking keep pushing?
It's one of the biggest adjustments you got to make in the NBA. I feel like you said, playing with them on 2K and they're making every shot, and then you watch them in real life and they're making more shots in real life than they're making on the video game. So, you know, it's kind of crazy, but it just comes with it. You know, you see those top players and you want to aspire to be like them. So I try to ask them as many questions as possible, get all the information I can just to, you know, try to get on their level.
IQ, how do you deal with like, you know, crazy New York fans? Like if Ryan Harwood saw you on the street, he'd probably like bear hug you. Like how you dealing with these crazy Alpha Sean and Mike Playa, they want to kiss your cheek. Like how do you deal with the insanity of these men?
Man, it's crazy because like 2 years ago, I was just in high school, and now Spike Lee is asking for my jersey. So it's kind of like it's such a big difference. But I kind of just all base it, and you know, just on the work. I enjoy the process and grinding and working and going to the gym, getting up shots just as much as I enjoy hitting a big three in a game. So I just try to, you know, just take it all back to where it started, and that's just hard work and dedication to my craft.
if you had to buy one rookie card of a kid in your rookie class, that's not you. And I'm going to take LaMelo off the table too.
Oh, damn.
I was not going to make it easy for you because obviously he's really put in the work, and it's too bad about his injury. But give me, if you and LaMelo are off the board, whose rookie card are you buying?
I'm gonna take Anthony Edwards.
He's playing crazy
He's
too.
playing great, but he's even funnier off the court. Like,
I've seen his interviews.
His interviews are crazy, man.
That boy is from Atlanta.
Straight from Atlanta.
Atlanta. IQ, I so appreciate you, man. I can't wait to have dinner once all this shit gets normalized. We'll talk soon.
All right.
I'll see you at the Garden.
Yep.
All right.
What
That was epic. Yeah, amazing.
That kid is built for New York. You know, you just know sometimes when a rookie's built for New York, too much composure. Too much.
Smooth. I got to get like that. We got enter.
Tyler, you are smooth, actually. I'm proud of you.
I appreciate that. I was going to say hell yeah, but now you're
Lou, I like you too. Bring Lou here. I don't want to build this rivalry with Lou. Like, I love you, Lou.
I love you too. So much.
All right. Okay, let's keep going.
Terrace Marshall. Enter.
T. Marshall knows. Talk about somebody that I think is smooth and going to do things. I got a quick story before I say hello to my man here. I've been on this guy's game for so long. He won an Instagram Live like 2.5 years ago and had like 9 people on. And I jumped in and was giving him crazy love. And everybody was like 25 people in there were freaking out. And then his boy were like, who's this Gary V character? And I'm like, this guy can play. T. Marsh, what's good, bro?
Man, what's good, girl? How you doing?
Good, man. How you feeling?
Man, I'm good, man. All is well. Can't complain.
So, T, what have you been hearing about or knowing about sports cards? Has it hit your radar? Obviously, your big day's coming now. Hopefully going to go real early in this draft. You've probably signed your Panini stickers at this point. Have you been thinking about, dreaming about getting your own cards? Talk to me about that.
Man, it's been a fun process. Just signing the cards, it could get a little bit tiring.
Yeah. Did you have to take a break?
Yeah, you still gotta leave the bigger picture though when you sign them. And, it's just a dream come true. Growing up, you always want to. You see Allen Iverson and like different players and stuff like Jordan and all them on different type of cards, and then once that time finally get here, after all the hard work, you see yourself on the card. I mean, you just can't do nothing but just be thankful.
Did you collect cards in any shape or form growing up? Pokemon, sports cards, football?
Personally. No, I didn't personally.
Mm-hmm. And what about how you're thinking about this draft? Like, has prepping for the draft been more intense, more focused than you really even anticipated? Do you feel anxiety knowing that if you run the 40 a little bit slower than you expected, that you might slip? Or do you have the mindset of like, I don't give a fuck if I go 16 or 29 or even go second round when I don't expect to? Are you of the mindset of like, get me in the league, I'm going to do my thing? Or are you like, nah, if I don't go top 20, I'm going to be pissed? Like, where's your mindset at this point?
I'm obviously shooting for the star. I want to go top 20. I want to go out there on pro day, show them that I can run, show them that I can move with my size. But at the end of the day, it's all distant, by God. But my mindset in this whole process, is just, taking everything, one day at a time. Don't rush it. Preparation brings confidence. So I've been preparing, ever since I've ended my last season. So that's gonna bring me confidence, and I'm pretty much ready to go. I'm a week away from it, and I'm gonna go out there and do my thing.
It's crazy, man. I'm cheering for you heavy. Talk to me about going from a national championship team to just the muckery of COVID and the season at LSU. Like, do you think that you'll look back at that transition of the highs of the high to that level of mental adversity? I'm not quite sure how you handled all that. You think that's a good precursor of having to deal with the ups and downs that you're about to face in the NFL?
Yes, sir. I mean, everything in life, everything happens for a reason. Everything's meant to be. So, whatever's happening, in the past, whatever has happened in the past, it set me up mentally and physically for today. So, so I thank the past. I thank everything that the world went through, during the COVID and everything, because I feel like that was a time where everybody was able to reflect, on themselves and fix problems in their life. So, I'm just thankful for it all. You got a way to good with the bad, and I came out of it, and everybody else did. So we still living. We gotta, take advantage of every opportunity.
100%. Speaking of taking advantage, before I let you out of here, it must be fun to see your former LSU teammate, wide receiver, Justin. He balled the fuck out.
Right.
Does that get you kind of motivated, or are you excited to be able to, obviously I don't know your guys' relationship, but I'm going to assume there's something good there, like hitting him up, mindset going into that rookie year. He had such a successful one. It's kind of nice to see a big brother kind of do shit like that, huh?
Man, it's amazing, bro. Just just being able to play with him and then see him go to the next level and make it look as easy as he did. It gives me motivation, to let me know that, we played on the same level, but I can go there and do the same thing. But man, it was I admire his hard work and his dedication. He's a great person, overall, and a great football player. Man, I couldn't be more happy for him.
You guys had a bunch of great kids. I was, heavily paying attention to that squad 2 years ago for my sports agency and did a lot of homework on the people, the humans. You just had a lot of good kids, and I think that hard work, talent, and goodness is going to serve you super well. I don't think the Jets are in the right spots to have you land with us. So now I'm just straight up, no joke. I said to a friend the other day, I'm like, man, I hope T. Marshall goes to the NFC. I'm not interested in seeing him 2 times a year.
Yeah.
I wish you success, bro. I know what you're going to do, bro. I've been known. We'll talk soon, bro.
Yes, sir. Nice talking to you, Gary.
Great to see you, T. Yeah, of course.
All right, T.
Peace, T.
Woo. He's going to be a good ball player.
He is.
I really, 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 really like his game. I was watching his high school videos on YouTube.
A lot of smart, focused dudes.
Yeah, well, my take on this. Athletes are completely one of the worst branded things in society is athletes. People read the headlines of a couple of left field characters and they make assumptions. These kids are super dedicated. How do you think they got here? Hard work, dedicated, family, friendships, loyalty. One of the most underrated groups of people in our society is the athlete. Mainstream media did them no favors in the 80s and 90s. And I think they're uncomfortably underrated and some of the best fucking humans and people I respect.
Facts. Yeah. And I'm still over the moon that we had AR on here. We are 3 hours and 57 minutes into
Avery we weren't able to make Avery?
We weren't able to make Avery.
Big shout out Avery Williamson, former Jet, current Steeler. I don't know. He's
one of my favorite Instagram people because he used to post a picture with the helmet.
When he was hurt.
Yeah, it was the best.
That was good. Yeah, we're gonna kick you out. We're before we still got a little bit more action. We got the after party, then we got the after party.
Yeah, what am I doing? I got.
You're gonna be. We'll talk. You're gonna come join us on the IG Live briefly. We're doing some epic giveaways. We'll clubhouse, chat it up. You go do your thing.
One of you will text me because I'm supposed to be in the IG now. You probably were a little behind it. Okay.
We didn't program 4 hours, but here we are.
All right.
See you. Peace. All right. It's us again. 4 hours later.
4 hours.
I cannot believe it's been 4 hours.
I can't either. It literally feels like we've been going for about an hour and a half.
Feels like the card czar was like last week. But that energy carried us through. There's definitely been a good amount of people that have been here for the entire time. That is unreal, and I appreciate it. Ryan, do you have any quick words? Lou, do you have any quick words?
I'll say the same thing we started with, right? This shows where the hobby's at and where it's come in the last 12 months is, we're sitting here talking to all these, crazy people and awesome people about sports cards, and it's just nonstop fun for 4 hours. So it was a blast.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just a sign of things to come. We got a long way to go here. Us three have been tuning into a StreamYard every week and talking into a microphone for an hour and change for 6 months. But when things get going again, and we can go outside, and we can go to card shows more, and we can go and we can talk on in person more, and I can go to Ohio and go to Ryan's store. It's about to get very, very interesting, very, very fast for a lot of people. So
I agree.
I mean, hard to believe 9 months ago we sat on here never talking to each other before and did 6 straight weeks of, hey, let's do a test run. And just, I mean, I wish we still had that film
Mhm.
of what the first 6 episodes we never released were, just us talking, because we've come a long way.
We can't
Facts.
put that
And
out.
so is the community. And I see Cherry Collectibles in there. I want to give major shout out. Aussie Love have been to their store. This is not a Martial jersey. This is actually a Jesse Lingard jersey. My man is now doing his thing on loan. But we've got some quick things to do before we wrap this up. First and foremost, I want to thank eBay. eBay has powered this. Without them, we aren't probably reaching the amount of people that we're reaching. One, as a platform allowing us to make plays every day. And just the integration has been fantastic. Before we wrap up, Lou, I think it's actually very sentimental that you have a nice giveaway of your favorite sport and your favorite product. Take it away.
So, I just want to thank Panini for this giveaway. As the #1 soccer collector on Card Talk, I'm just so thrilled that they were able to give this to me to give away. No, all kidding aside, Panini's awesome. They sent us a ton of stuff to give away to the community, so I'm thankful to them for that. That whole crew over there has been super cool. So I'm just excited to give this one away, and we are going to give it to Mike Jones on YouTube. Mike Jones.
Mike? Who?
330.
That was a good job.
So Mike, please DM Card Talk Pod on Instagram. This box is yours. We will get it shipped out to you immediately. Apparently, I have a lot of shipping to do because I am 2-0 Pack War champion, and I got this one to give away as well. So, fire it up.
That's tough.
Congrats, Mike.
I'm the 0-2 Pack War guy. We also look, we're gonna take it to the after party. I'm typically not a big after party guy. I'm typically like a hit the bed after the party guy, but we got more action happening. We have some giveaways. We're gonna slide over to Instagram Live. I'm gonna be on eBay's handle. Ryan's gonna be on Card Collector 2. And Lou, are you coming from Card Talk Pod? I believe you are. We got some serious Panini heat. Also, major love to Panini for hooking up the giveaway product or the Pack War products. We broke the One football. We broke the Absolute basketball. We have a 2019 Prism. What's this retail for, Rye?
Right now, about 3,600.
We're going to be giving that away in the next 30 minutes on
That's
Instagram.
light work compared to what else we got.
Same deal is comments. You fire away comments, you're in the mix. We got a little FOTL, first off the line, Prism. Retail, Rye?
Without looking, right around 1,900.
Amazing. And then finally, I believe we're going to do this just at the 9 o'clock hour. We've got this box given away from our good friends at eBay. It's going to be on the Instagram Live. To enter, you just have to join and comment. Don't leave because you might get cooked. If you enter a comment in the first minute, you're probably going to want to stick around for a little bit. Rye, retail price on this bad boy?
Right around 10K.
That's serious.
That's a big boy.
We're going to be over on eBay, but last thing before we do go, last, here we are 4 hours and 2 minutes into this thing. I was just thinking, what's 4 hours? It's like a marathon baseball game. But
like most baseball games.
Yeah, exactly. eBay is dropping an exclusive Leaf product next week. Leaf Lumber Baseball surprise drop. 500 boxes, all cards numbered up to 7, and there's a crimson parallel in there. It's going to be only on eBay, exclusive. And I said, when's it dropping? What's going on? They said, shh, surprise drop.
Interesting.
All right, gang. This has been a blast.
It's been a pleasure, boys.
And we're going to keep rocking. See you over on the gram.
See y'all later.
Peace.